Never before have we had greater face a complex, rapidly changing world. Think of it a moment.
It is a world in which supersonic speeds are commonplace. It is a world that has seen the coming of the atomic bomb. It has seen the rise of the total state, the dictator, and the mass man. It is a world of new sensations, new excitements, new distractions.
So much to be learned by so many in so little time.
And I suppose you're here with no agenda, as per usual?
On the contrary, I'm here for comics.
How's your comic book collection, Brody?
Oh, it's going good, but I've been...
I genuinely never remember how long the wait is between the intro ending and the actual show starting. And normally it's fine because normally I've got Andrew here and normally he and I can be chatting backstage and then I hit go and that, that's how you hear. We're not planning out, okay, in 3 seconds, we're going to start talking about this. Andrew and I are always talking about something before we go live, but because he's not here tonight, and you've only got me, your handsomest host here, Spencer, Mav, however you know me. Welcome to Foil Variant, guys. Yes, as we've been talking about these last few weeks, it is unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how much you like me and dislike Andrew, it is Mav solo stream tonight. Yes, as you guys might remember, my beautiful co-host Andrew is currently out visiting his family. He's actually, going and having a life. People want to see him. So, because of that, you are stuck with my dorky ass is here to entertain you tonight. I'm here to hang out with you, talk some comic books, play some comic book related video games. Yes, guys, I apologize for the jumbled intro here. Again, when I don't have Andrew to leap off of, it gets weird, right? It gets weird when the adults aren't in the room. But either way, welcome to Foil Variant, guys. It is Thursday night. Yes, I am here alone. It is your boy, Mav. You might know me as Mav. You might know me as Spencer. You might know me as the editor of Bounding Into Comics. You might know me as the guy who does not shut the hell up about Ben Reilly on Twitter. Either way, if you've been here before, I'm glad to have you guys. It's not a show without our regular viewers. And if you're new here, if you're watching in the VOD or you're just watching and not commenting, also glad to have you. Could not be doing this show without you guys. For those of you who don't know, yes, usually I have my my wonderful friend, my wonderful co-host, Andrew Rodriguez of the RIPPAVERSE. He is normally here to host this show with me. We would normally spend the next 2.5 hours talking about the week's releases, saying what we liked, what we didn't like, and probably going on some long tangents about certain creators and certain editors. But given that he is not here, we have another entry of the Mav solo stream series. For those who don't know how I run the solo stream series, yes, we'll still be talking comic books, but as Andrew is not here, I don't want to overstep on things that we read together because that's half the fun of this show, right? It's hearing us go back and forth. So when it's a Mav solo stream, we will talk some comics, usually some that Andrew isn't reading, some that I just want to bring to your guys' attention. But we also play, or the other half of Mav solo streams is comic books have a very, very, very deep, video game history outside of the big things we know, like Marvel's Spider-Man or Arkham City. So I figured when I'm on my own, instead of trying to vamp for 2.5 hours on trying not to talk about the comic books that I want to talk about, I figured I would, take you, my readers, my friends, my lovely audience down a path of let's go see what video games were like, or comic book video games used to be like. Let's find, let's talk about the things that are cool, the things we like. Obviously, we have played Marvel Rivals in the past, but tonight we will be playing the original Spider-Verse story. The first one, this really is where the entire concept sort of came from. Outside of the animated series, we'll get into it, but we do have Shattered Dimensions on deck. Aside from that, yes, we've got a couple comic book related topics to talk about. Obviously, there is we had the Godzilla versus Spider-Man issue of the Marvel Godzilla versus series. It dropped this week, so I figured I just want to talk about a little bit. We'll also be talking about probably just touching a little bit upon the Thunderbolts and what's going on with that, the Thunderbolts movie. Then we'll also probably touch upon there's some news out there or rumors out there regarding the current state of Venom, which it's a bummer, at least in my opinion, but we will talk about it. So we'll talk a little bit about comic books, then we'll get into the video game. And all the while, guys, I want to hang out with you. I want to hear from you guys. What are you reading? What have you not been reading? Like, what have you dropped? Is there anything that's on your radar? How are you guys just doing this week? Are you having a good week? I hope everything's going well. We're almost there. The week is almost over. It's almost time to crack that first refreshing beer. So without further ado, instead of vamping and delaying us to getting to that beer, why don't we jump into the chat? Why don't we say hello to everybody? And let's kick this night off. So, well, first, before we kick this night off properly, I need a drink of water. So we have Sakura Mita is here. So Spencer, can I share something with you? Yes, you did. We already talked. We'll talk about that when Venom comes up, but happy to have you, buddy. Zero is here. It's not a show without our boy Zero Dozer. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, Venom goes to therapy is sort of what we're hearing. We'll see about it. We'll talk. We'll talk. Don't worry. Hold on to that thought. All right. We have freaking Punk. Punk says, "Hey chat. Whoa, I gotta fix whatever I did with the chat box here. It is giganto." But Punk says, "Hey chat and Spencer, I picked up the first issue of Doom's Division I picked up the last issue of Doom's Division last Sunday and I liked it. I bought RTSL number 4 and Doom's Division number 2 yesterday." Remind me, what is RTSL number 4? I feel like the second you... Oh, Rogue the Savage Land. Yes, I knew it. I knew it, Punk. As soon as I was like... the sentence I was going to say before I got to it myself was like, Punk, the second you say it, I know I'm going to go like, oh, duh. And so, yes, for those of you who don't know, I actually am going to take you down, Punk. Don't worry, I'm gonna be addressing you, Punk. It's just I almost physically feel like this box is here poking into my chin. So for those of you who don't know, and actually I will bring it up because this is a visual show, right, guys? That is why we have this show. That is why we do it in a video medium, so that we can show you the pages and the covers of the things we talk about, right? That was just a side note. That was like my main intention when Andrew and I got together and we were like, let's talk about comic books. We know that there are so many podcasts out there and you can listen to the audio medium. And I'm sure a lot of you guys do. And I appreciate it. And I am, yes, trying to work on separating out the audio and getting us uploaded as a podcast in various places, all that fun stuff. Because as much as this is a fun endeavor for me and Andrew, we do, in a perfect world, we would like to, be able to make this into something. So for all we are treating this as fun, I'd also like to treat it a little serious. We're going to, throw that out there. But more to the point, on an audio medium, I can go, oh, did you see that panel? Did you see that face? Do you see that art? It's going to be lost on everybody. And I don't think it doesn't emphasize what we're talking about as much. So let's see. Let's go over here just to let you guys... Oh, that's not a good page to look at. And don't worry, we are hanging out with Andrew in spirit. He will always be with us. This is half his show. This is his show as well. So if you miss him, go say hello. Go reach out to him on Twitter. Again, he's really busy. He's hanging out with family, but I'm sure he'd love to hear from you. So for those of you guys who don't know, or for those of you guys, okay, that was right. I don't know why that sounded so weird to me. And let's see, will this fit better? No, it's still giant. Who knows? But so Doom's Division, right? Or how do I frame this? Right now, the event that's going on in Marvel is called One World Under Doom. And it's basically, it's sort of, baseline, it's what if Doom became, the Sorcerer Supreme and was able to sort of influence his way into being the leader of the world. So now it's One World Under Doom. It's not a wholly original concept. We've seen this a lot throughout, not just Marvel, but comic books in general, right? Like from minor level things like Lex Luthor becoming president to Maxwell Lord being the head of Checkmate to things like, Kang taking over or what was that? The actual Kang Dynasty storyline, for those of you who don't remember it from the early 2000s. Like we've had a lot of these stories. It's not really new. I guess the idea of everybody willingly going under Doom is what I don't know. It's really, so this event is spinning out of Blood Hunt, and for those of you who don't know, Blood Hunt was the last big event Marvel did, and it was a giant vampire focused one, right? Where the entire plot was evil vampire possesses Blade and unleashes a vampire like plague, and they're going to make the world all night, eternal night. If you've played Marvel Rivals, this was the entire basis for season 1, which so how do I frame this? Marvel Rivals is very, very lucky that they chose season 1 to do their Blood Hunt themed like mission, because for those of you who don't know, for those of you who haven't listened to me, who don't hear me talk on a daily basis about how much I love this game, Marvel Rivals is very, very respectful, and it's basically a video game version of the comic books, right? All the lore is there, the characters are different versions, but they adhere more to the comic books than they do any other source material or original source material or any of that stuff. So I say they get lucky because Blood Hunt was this big push from Marvel, like we're going all out. It's our summer event. Here are all the variant covers, yada yada yada. They put Pepe Larraz on it, right? The artist, who we will see him later, but he is, or we might not see him later, but if you guys remember, he is the beautiful bastard behind the artwork you see in this guy. Worst book on the planet, right? Or one of the worst books on the planet, but Pepe Larraz is easily one of Marvel's best artists right now, right? Like, for all I hate what they're doing with Spider-Man, the man can draw. But I bring him up because they had him on Blood Hunt, and I feel really bad for him because it's clearly, like, Marvel clearly knows how good of an artist he is, and they keep putting him on these crappy projects because I know they're going, well, we don't know if this is going to have a lot of faith in it, but at least Pepe's art, people are going to like it, and that will at least sell 1 or 2 copies. So, in Blood Hunt's whole thing, yeah, it was, vampires want to take over. At the end of the event, the big takeaways, the big, where are we now of it all was vampires no longer have a weakness of sun. Like, all Marvel vampires can just hang out in the world as normal now. The Miles Morales was a vampire. He became a vampire. He got bit. However, as I've mentioned before, that only lasted like 6 issues of his own series. I'm not even kidding. It had 0 repercussions. And then we had Dr. Doom becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. That's sort of how they wrapped up the event. And so I to put a cap on the Blood Hunt was really, really bad. I go through that quick little summary because I wanted to just emphasize how inconsequential everything was, right? Oh, vampires now have no weakness. All right, who cares? Okay, Miles is a vampire, but you just undid that. And also, it's another case of just giving Miles another power set. And then, okay, Dr. Doom is Sorcerer Supreme. We've been here before, not in this exact way, right? But we've very much seen Doom being a very elite sorcerer, getting to the Sorcerer Supreme level, doing this kind of crap. So this is essentially not a sanitized, but like a PG-13 version of Secret War, like the actual Marvel event, because that was where Doom reshaped the entire universe or the entire multiverse. This is Doom reshaping the world. So long story short, that's the event that's happening right now. Personally, you guys might have noticed that, or might be thinking to yourselves, I haven't really heard Mav or Andrew talk about this event. What's going on here? It's because, as I was getting at, there's really nothing pulling at us here. The premise is nothing. There's no tie-ins with any like interesting creators that we're looking forward to. So it's kind of flying under our radar. But there is this series here called Doom's Division. Now, what it is in a couple years ago, during Marvel's super heavy, super heavy diversity push, that 2014 Marvel Now, Ironheart, Miles, all that crap, like that. During that era, Marvel was also expanding their businesses out into Korea, especially with their mobile game division. So they were creating a lot of original Asian content, Asian characters. again, for my Marvel rivals, folks, Luna Snow was a result of this. The K-pop star who, you know, with the ice powers and the healing, she was a creation of this initiative to both, you know, appeal to the Koreans and also, you know, just establish your foothold out there. And so there was this series that they made called Tiger's Division, which was about a whole new team of original heroes that operated out of South Korea. It was fine. It didn't really... I have this big problem with diversity issues, I guess, or like ethnic storytelling. How do I put this? There are a lot of times you will see, man, I wish I had it on hand. I don't think I have it on hand, but you will very often see in comic books, right? Like, oh, look, all the black superheroes are hanging out together. All the Asian superheroes are getting together at this big picnic. All of the Latino superheroes are getting together at this and that. And you go, okay, I get that you're putting them all together because they're of that, you know, ethnicity. And that would be fine if this was like a promotional postcard or something. But what really unites what brings all of these characters to the table aside from their ethnicity? Like, that always bugs me. And it always feels hyper racist to me, because there was an effort to, when they did, like, it was either in Tiger's Division or they did a revival of Agents of Atlas that only lasted like 2 issues. But I distinctly remember there's this scene where, like, Amadeus Cho Hulk, who is Korean, you know, Shang-Chi, who is Chinese, like Luna Snow, Silver Fox, I do believe Karma here from the New Mutants, who is Vietnamese, was there. Jimmy Woo, who I believe Jimmy Woo is Chinese or Taiwanese or something. And I think like Sunfire. Anyway, basically, if you can think of an Asian superhero from Marvel, they were hanging out at this like dinner or whatever. And they're all talking about like, oh, pass me the insert name for ethnic cultural, like, you know, pass me the banh mi. Oh, can you pass me the, you know, Chung Dao, like all that kind of stuff. And I remember sitting there going like, this is so patron, like it, I'm not even like pausing here, guys, because I think I'm going to be offensive. It's that I just don't know even how to like verbalize what pisses me off about it so much. It's like, go talk to any Asian person, right? So for those of you who don't know, because I know it can be a little hard to tell, especially when my hair is getting longer, but I am half white and half Filipino. So I am very entrenched in like the Asian culture, the Southeast Asian culture. Asians don't like each other, man. I say this time and time again, and it's unfortunate. And yes, we should do better, but go talk to you go talk to my uncles, you go talk to my grandma. You say like, I legitimately, my ex-girlfriend was Taiwanese, and for the longest time I had dated like pretty much white women. And so they were always like, oh, you should always find a nice Asian girl, yeah. And so I did, and I was dating a Taiwanese girl. I introduced her to my family, and they were like, Taiwanese? Are you sure? Like, are you sure she's just not playing? Like, and I was like, guys, like, she's American. Like, what are we doing here? So that kind of stuff always feels patronizing to me, because unless they had a specific like assignment, not everybody is going to hang out just because they're Asian. Especially, that's more of a high school, college type thing, because I remember being in college and being like, yeah, we're the Asian, you know, kids, we're hanging out together, but we didn't take it seriously. It was sort of just like a joke of circumstance. So I don't even remember how I got here, but I really genuinely hate whenever they do these like, all the ethnic superheroes are all friends, because it's like, it's no way would they be. They're still people, right? Like, they're still individuals. So I digress. But what Doom's Division is it is Doom reviving or taking Tiger Division and making it apply to all of Asia. So instead of just South Korean heroes, they get the addition of these 3 here, who are Arrow, who I believe, I don't know her off the top of my head. I want to almost say Chinese. I can't remember. But then you also have Karma, Vietnamese, and Wave in the front here, who is Filipino. And it is basically just a series about, you know, them doing their policing work in the South Asian Pacific. We're 2 issues in, and it's okay. Like, I'm enjoying it, but that is also because, 1, I really, really like Karma, the New Mutant here, and 2, I'm not that kind of person who's like, oh, we need to have more representation. But if somebody happens to make a cool Filipino character like Wave, I'm at least gonna keep it on my radar, you know. So so far it's a fine series. I don't really know if I can talk about it a lot because in issue 2 right here there is the big sort of like plot twist, or not plot twist, but sort of like plot setup twist, if you would. So if you want to check it out, it's not bad. I'll let you guys know once it's all done if it's, you know, maybe worthy of a trade. But at the very least, it has one of the most beautiful Peach Momoko covers of all time. Where, oh shoot, I put them all away, so I don't have it, but I can grab a picture real quick and I can just show everybody. I don't want the super low resolution one. What are we doing here? Doom's Division 2. Give me the Previews World. You can help me out here. You're always good for it, Previews World, as soon as it loads. Let's see. Oki, first of all, Oki wanted to say hi. I know that I haven't gotten to your, I know I'm still stuck early in the comments because I got carried away, but I did see you. I did see that you came over on Zero's recommendation, so happy to have you. And it is virtue signaling, like that is absolutely what it is. But there is, I think like the specific thing that I'm trying to verbalize, and again, you're on the right path, Oki, and I appreciate it, because clearly I do need, this is why I need Andrew here. But it's like virtue signaling, but kind of ignoring reality to do it, right? Like for example, when we talk about, you know, like let's talk about a certain idiot whose name starts with a Y, who has been talking crap about Claire Obscure, or Claire Obscure 33, whatever that game is, right? In that game, there are a lot of black French people there. And, you know, one could, you know, the discourse has been, oh, was there really that many in France at the time? And A, there were a lot. B, it's a fictional, like, setting. They explicitly say that. But in that sense, right, like in Claire Obscure, I don't consider that virtue signaling, or if it is, I don't see it that way, or I don't read it that way, because that's at least plausible, right? If I could imagine realistically that there was a period in France, or a couple of villages in France, or a neighborhood in France that was predominantly, you know, Moroccan or Middle Eastern, or whatever it was back in the day. How like that is, it's believable, right? Like you could go, okay, I could see it. Having every Asian ethnicity just hanging out just because they're Asian, or having every black character hang out just because they're black. And again, like if there was an event, right? Like let's say the Avengers were doing like okay, this is very virtue signaling, but it's the best idea I can come up with off the top of my head. If the Avengers were doing like, we're having Avengers Day and we're doing Asian Avengers Day, we're celebrating all of our Asian heroes, and then they had like all of these guys get together and maybe they're hanging out in the conference room and then they're on stage or whatever, that makes sense, right? And then maybe they all get attacked by like AIM, and you go, oh, we all are united in this mission against AIM now. But like that makes sense. But if you're just saying like, oh, we're all a bunch of Asian superheroes who hang out just because we're Asian, and now we're going to team up just because we're Asian, or just because we're black, it doesn't feel real. And it feels, I think patronizing is the right word, right? Because I'm sitting here and I'm going like, this isn't real. This doesn't, like, this is so fake and just I think that's what it is. I think I'm getting there, but in the interest of not boring the hell out of everybody, and also moving along so that I you know, we can, so I keep saying hi to everybody. Let me just pull up the cover that I'm talking about. And so there is, yes, so this was the cover that came on this week's issue. Peach Momoko, you know her, or at least if you watch this show or you hang out with me or you follow me on Twitter, you know she's my waifu. She's one of the best artists out there. Like, she's one of my top 3 at the very least, and just a gorgeous cover. Like I don't have any, like, I bought this cover. I'm not really interested in buying like the rest of the series, and I'm not usually someone who just buys one Peach did a set, so there are 5 issues of Doom's Division, and she did 5 covers. I only want this one, but it's so damn good. But with that, yes, I don't want to take up anybody more time venting the intra-ethnic troubles, the intra-ethnic back and forth of my peoples. You guys don't care about that. I'm sure everybody here has enough of their own historical crap to deal with. But back to the point. Happy to have you, Punk. Always happy to have you. Subhuman is here. It says, on this week's episode of 2 Gay Guys and a Stack of Comics, the joke is on you this week. There's only one gay guy. But to be fair, I don't blame you. I do bring enough gay to qualify for like 2.5, right? Like, you know how they do like the nuclear family style? Like every family has 2.5 babies. I'm 2.5 gay for every family. So if you hang out with me, you've got some I don't know, passes. I don't even know where I'm going with that joke. But yes, always happy to have you, Sub. Yes, again, if you're just joining us, if you're wondering why I've been ranting for the last like 5 minutes and Wolf hasn't stepped in to tell me to shut the hell up, it is because he is out this week. You are hanging out with me. We've got a solo stream. It should still be fun. I'm happy to have you. And yeah, also, again, saying hi to Zero. Yeah, there you go. Oh, you already, dang it, you beat me to it. Dang it, you beat me to it. Yes, Zero points us out. Mav on his Spider-Man pajamas. So, not quite pajamas. Yes, I did pick this shirt because we are playing Spider-Verse, or we're playing Shattered Dimensions tonight. But it is not a pajama shirt. It's actually one of those like workout shirts, like a breathable workout shirt. It goes long sleeve. It is Otto's like Superior Spider-Man. You know, it's his suit. Bought it ages ago. Like I literally bought this probably a month or 2 after they revealed Superior Spider-Man, because I was like, that design is so cool. And don't let me get into it, but you guys all know my thoughts on Superior. I like the concept, even if a lot of the execution was really, really bad. So I remember like jumping online and just being like, Superior Spider-Man shirts? And this is obviously one of those like really cheaply made, like made in Korea, made in Vietnam sweatshop ones. I know it is. So, I don't know. It was just serendipity. I was like, can I find this new character? And the only one that had it were workout shirts, and I work out a lot, so it all worked out. But yes, I thought I'd be a little themey and, you know, show up in style. I also didn't realize that it would make me blend so well with Andrew down there. I forgot that his colors were red and black. I wish it was a onesie. I'm not even going to lie. Onesies are absolutely incredible to hang out in, especially... I used to live out in the Midwest, so especially in wintertime out there, just throwing on a onesie instead of clothes. Perfecto. Perfecto. Hey, Timon, what's going on? There's the guy. Happy to have you, amigo. Well, you know what? We actually, we'll be talking Spider-Man Godzilla in a little bit, and there's something in that discussion that made me think of you that links back to something we talked about a little while ago. Don't worry, it's not that exciting. I've now built it up too much. But how do you platonically, viewer appreciatingly say, been thinking of you? Nice to have you, my buddy. What's going on? Let's see. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Oki. I was once a god. I found it beneath me from Doom. And then Oki brings up Sorcerer Supreme is kind of a downgrade from godhood, isn't it? It is, and this is sort of the problem we run into a lot with Marvel in particular, is that their power scaling is so bad, and they don't really have a sense of flow. So Andrew and I, for a long time, have advocated that Marvel really needs a hard reset, right? Because Timely Comics, what was that, like 1942, 1943 or whatever? I think it was even, let's see. Timely Comics #1, Jim Hammond, the Human Torch, 1939, right? So 1939 in Timely Comics to 2025, to this week, to this issue of Doom's Division, right? All of it is canon. There has never been a full, complete reset for Marvel. You know, they almost did it in the 90s with Heroes Reborn, and then they kind of, they kind of chicken shit it out, and then B, whole speculator market kind of warped their brains and it just made everything a mess. So they never really went through with it. And, or like if you guys don't remember Heroes Reborn, in the 90s, after they beat Onslaught, or in order to beat Onslaught, who was a combination of Professor X's brainwaves and Magneto's brainwaves, in order to beat him, a bunch of heroes threw themselves at him, sort of like, we're just going to overload him with energy, yada yada. And the heroes who did that, once Onslaught was defeated, they got blinked over to Counter Earth, which was just another Earth that literally is revolving on the other side of the sun. So that was like an opportunity for them to sort of reset everything. But then they decided, oh no, some of them are still on regular Earth, and then they are all going to come back and nothing changed. And then they did the same thing with Secret Wars, right? Where they went, oh, we're going to blow up everything. And I know, guys, I absolutely know that Secret Wars originally was, even though they've never said it, I know in my bones that Secret Wars was originally supposed to be that. It was supposed to be that giant universe reset. Just look at the way that story played out. But they wimped out at the end, and all we got out of that event was Miles Morales is in the 616 now canonically. Very, very dumb stuff, right? But all of that history is still in play. And admittedly, like, we can all debate whether we like, continuity resets or retcons or all of that. It is probably one of the most debatable topics in all of comic books. Are retcons and are resets good? But putting aside like personal opinions, I think just in the sense of refreshing what you're doing with your publishing line, refreshing all these characters' messy histories, Marvel really needs it. DC at least, they at least had Crisis. Even if Crisis on Infinite Earths was the only time they did it, and we never got Infinite, and we never got Zero Hour or Final Crisis or Dark Knights or whatever the crap they're doing nowadays, they at least had that one reset in 1985. Marvel hasn't had it, so then that's what happens. You have Doom becomes a god, and then they go, okay, well, now what do we have him do? Now he takes over the world? Okay. But then us as readers go, but he was just a god? Like, what are we doing here? It gets really messy, and Lord knows Andrew and I do have to do some of that mental gymnastics with ourselves to not just like throw our books like over our shoulders every week. So don't even trip about that. Oh, Timon, perfect analogy. Yeah. Just like that South Park episode where Cartman shipped Token and the new black girl. Right. If you remember, before they do eventually end up together, that's sort of the joke. But if you remember, like right when when Nicole, who is that new black cheerleader, when she shows up, they don't have anything in common, right? Like the thing they end up having in common was when they hung out in when Cartman locks him in the school. So they spend the night together and they realize like, oh, you're like really nice. Oh, you're really nice. And that's where they sort of kick off. But if you remember, yeah, obviously it's Cartman. So of course it's going to be stupid and offensive and dumb, but that's the mentality there, right? You're black, you're Asian, you have to be together. Do you have anything in common? No, I don't really care. You should, be together. It's one of those things we talk about a lot where it's horseshoe theory, right? Between the absolute far right, race eugenicist, like all of those guys, and the super neoliberal, everybody needs to be respected, everybody needs to be represented. They both do the same thing. Stay with your kind. Yes, Punk says, first of all, Oki says, thanks for the warm welcome. Hey, thank you for hanging out with me. Thanks for hanging out and engaging. Even if you were to leave right now and I never saw you again, it would be a pleasure, it'd be an honor to have you, my friend. Punk says, I'm not familiar with Yoon Ha Lee, who is the writer on this series. Yoon is hold on, let me check. I don't want to spread fake information, guys. I don't want you running off and thinking Yoon is on something he's not. But he is, I know, what is his comics? Come on. Why aren't you giving me anything for the Marvel Wiki? Oh, okay, there you go. So, yes, I was correct. What the hell is Thor Metal Gods season? Oh, it's an audiobook. Interesting. Okay, didn't realize that. So Yoon-Ha Lee is he's quite an established author. He's a Korean or ethnically Korean, born in Texas, so he's an American. Korean American, I guess, is the easy way to say that. Korean American author. He's done a lot of sci-fi. You guys, I don't know how. I'm not a big sci-fi novel guy, but he's done the Machine of Empire series. I guess that is the big one that all of the sites are blasting me in the face with. He's books like I'm just gonna read some names. I don't know anything about these books, but I'm just gonna read them out in case I know a lot of you guys out there have varied interests. Maybe you'll recognize it and go, oh, I actually know that. He's written Moonstorm, Nine Fox Gambit, Raven Stratagem, and Revenant Gun, Dragon Pearl, Reactor. Oh no, that's a website. He did the tabletop RPG Nine Fox Gambit. So he's a very, very established author. And then he's relatively new to the Marvel scene. I knew I recognized the name, and he's only done one issue, and it was a backup story in the X-Men wedding special they did 4 or 5 years ago. The one where Kitty and Colossus were supposed to get married, and then they call it off, and then Rogue and Gambit get married. He wrote a backup there. Now he's got Doom's Division. It's we see this a lot, and I don't know how I feel about it, right? The crossover, a lot more like authors and TV writers and video game writers and stuff are coming into comics, and I get that we all like these different mediums, but how do I put this? A lot of these people, they don't translate their skills. They're like, for example, I love comic books. I write comics. I do it on my own time. I have my own stuff. I know that as much as I love, let's say, I love movies, right? I know that I can't just automatically go and jump into writing a movie by taking my same comic book skills and just saying, all right, I'm here for the day, right? There's you have to think about, different ways the audience is taking in the medium, word bubbles versus sound. There's all of the stuff you've got to consider. And too many of these crossover writers don't recognize that. For those of you, just a quick, look down memory lane. We're not going to walk down it, but one of the first instances I can remember of this phenomenon was Brad Meltzer. Do you remember Brad Meltzer? Do you remember Identity Crisis out of DC, which was do I have it? Do I have it sitting around here? I would kind of be shocked if I did, but I also wouldn't be, considering I just archive everything. In a world where everything, where you own nothing, you must pirate and archive everything. But I don't have it on hand. But for those, quick recap, Identity Crisis was that lead into all of the Final Crisis stuff they were doing back in the mid-2000s. That's the miniseries that reveals Dr. Light raped Sue Dibney, the wife of Elongated Man, and then they erased his memory, or like Zatanna fucked with his mind and made him not a criminal sexual assaulter, and then Batman found out, and it was a whole thing. Brad Meltzer is a fiction detective writer. That book is kind of a mess, and it's way too edgy, it's way too over the top, it's way too grocery store sensationalist. And it, like, to me and a lot of other comic readers, I know that it never really landed. Even though, we have played with the cards we were dealt, all of that stuff is still canon. Just because we are playing those cards doesn't mean we enjoy the fact that the way the deck was dealt a couple hands ago was really bad, right? So, like, there's him, there's John Ridley. He did, 12 Years a Slave, which is a good movie, but then he wrote The Black Batman during Future State. He's writing a couple other things over at DC. They never really land. Or you think of oh my gosh. Oh, I can't believe I blinked that hard. Anyway, I was thinking there's an author, she went over to Marvel, and but anyway, I'm not saying this is Yoon's like thing. There are still a lot of writers who are good at going between mediums, and I think I've never heard of any of his works, and I've never heard of that tabletop RPG he made, but if it's good, that would show he's at least, conscious of other mediums and how to click his brain. Again, I'm not going to, even when the series is over, I'm not going to really use this as a barometer for his comics work, because as we all know, when Marvel or DC or anybody wants to test out a new talent, they'll give them a smaller like tie-in book like this or a tie-in one shot, but they keep them on a very, very tight leash. So I don't know how much of my honest read of the series right now is that it's kind of pointless, but that's only because I don't really like the general event that it's a part of. I like I already, I'm just retreading now, but I like seeing Wave, I like seeing Karma, and I like, if you pick up the second issue, I like sort of what it looks like we're getting at. It's well written, at least the bits I know. It's just, I don't care about the overarching event. So let's see what you got, Yoon. But that is who is behind this book. Oh yeah, 100% Oki. Agreed for the most part. I think the difference between virtue signaling and proper virtue is if the story is about looking good or doing good. That's exactly it, right? And yeah, like you've nailed it on the head. You have the more, God, this is the dumbest sentence. The dumbest way I could. You have the smarter way of saying it over me as I say it in the dumbest, like, childish summary way ever. But yes, no, that's exactly what it is, right? It's, are you actually, no, now I'm just laughing to myself and I can't do it. I really think it is that patronizing thing, because I think most of us out here, unless you are 7 or one of the people who think, Elon Musk is the funniest guy you've ever seen on the planet, most of us know when we are being sort of spoken down to or being patronized. And that never, there are, obviously everything has an exception to the rule. Even if I know there's probably 1 or 2 instances out there where I might have disagreed with the fact that you're virtue signaling and how you're doing it, and it turns out okay. That's very, very, very rare. And yes, I think that's, to save me from going into rambling on the same subject again for 5 minutes, because you guys know how I do. Because you guys know when I get into those frustration loops where I'm just like, these people. So yes, you're right on target, Oki. I always, like, to Oki's point, personally, I always hold the, actually, and let's see if we can pull it up to show everybody what we've got going on, because it's fun to do that on YouTube in a visual medium. Oh, do I really not? There's no way I don't have that. Come on. I thought I definitely had the Miss Marvel. Let's see. Miss Marvel. Let's throw that in there. I don't really want, I don't want to look at the New Mutant, but if that is really the only, yeah, it wasn't 2008 when we got Kamala Khan. It was like way later than that. So, dang, I thought I had that sitting around somewhere, but I guess I just don't. Unless it's sitting in here. But while I keep digging for that, instead of looking like a dum-dum, what I'm getting at is, at least on my, so first off, Oki, as everybody here will be able to attest to, I am a little more forgiving about things, a little less reactionary and ready to jump on, like, oh, your virtue, like, I'm a little more forgiving. That's the right word I'm talking about. So I genuinely don't expect a lot of you guys to always agree with all of my opinions or even agree with any of them. I know that I am very much a contrarian at times. So, but just to put a stamp on this point. Oh, cool. I did have it sitting around. In terms of virtue signaling, whether it's a good story, are you doing good? Are you telling a good story? Yada, yada, yada. This, and what I was saying about how there's always those exceptions. Miss Marvel, actually, this very first run from way back in 2014, when she was first introduced, when we first got Kamala Khan, right? I actually think this was a really, really good series. I think it was a really good way to introduce a new hero. I think it was just all across the board. I think it's like a good first volume of like 6-12 issues, right, out of G. Willow Wilson. Again, Kamala was clearly made as a, virtue signal diversity push, but the way G. Willow Wilson handled her, at least back here, she wasn't obnoxious, right? And one of the things that one of the big differentiators I always point to with Kamala versus a lot of other heroes is, at least with with G. Willow Wilson, the writer, she and Kamala, whether she probably gave Kamala that quality, but both of them actually like Miss Marvel, like Carol Danvers, right? You hear a lot of times the virtue signaling, the diversity pushing comes at the expense of, oh no, that old thing is bad. We need to do it like this because that's offensive and that's wrong. Get with the times, old man. And we all go, no, it's not. Like, I like, Peter Parker. I like Hal Jordan. I don't need, Simon Baz or whomever. What Willow does is she and Kamala pay reverence, actually, to Captain Marvel. So this is like one of the things I always highlight, which is this scene right here where Kamala, remember, she used to be an Inhuman, if you guys forgot about that. But when she's exposed to the Terrigen Mist here, she starts going through her transformation and she starts hallucinating the Avengers. Captain Marvel, Captain America, and Iron Man. And right here, she's sort of, having that dialogue like, oh, am I getting powers? What's happening? And at one point here, the hallucinations ask her, like, well, what do you want to be? Like, what do you think is going to happen? And she's like, I want to be like you, to Captain Marvel. And then she says here, you guys can see it in the bottom panel if you're on desktop, or on mobile if you really want to futz with trying to zoom in. But Kamala says, I want to be like you, except I would wear the classic politically incorrect costume and kick butt in giant wedge heels, right? They like the old one. So this isn't a case of like, we need to replace you because it's bad. This is a case of like, we're making a new, we're making a successor. We're making a new one. Whether it works out or not, and that's at the time, that was a question for another day. And obviously, we can all call into question the motivations behind why she, made Kamala Muslim and all that sort of fun stuff. But at the end of the day, she wrote such a good story with her that I ended up liking this. This is also why I am a staunch defender of Miles Morales as a concept, right? Because in the very, very early days, the way they treated his character was actually really, really good, right? I liked the idea of another person being bit by the spider. Now he has to try and fill the shoes of, essentially at the time, like Ultimate Universe Jesus. That's the shoes that Miles was stepping into. And you had that, you had the interesting dichotomy between his, him being black and Latino, and then, his father being a cop, and just, there was so much good stuff you could have addressed there and worked with there. And I liked the way they introduced him. Unfortunately, as we've talked about a lot here, with both Kamala and Miles, the second they knew, oh, I can market this, like this is getting normie attention, they sanded off all of these edges. And now they are just, corporate Disney, like, hi, I'm black character. I like sneaker and anime and hip hop, right? Like, with Miles in particular, because admittedly, I don't know what's up with Kamala anymore because I abandoned all of what she's doing a long time ago. I was reading this series. It was fun. Willow left. It started getting weird. I dropped it. Kamala went on to be like on the Avengers and Champions, and it was that weird virtue signaling era of the Marvel Now era, and I just kind of went, I'm out. And now they're doing the whole stupid, oh, she's a mutant, da da da, and I can't bring it in in me to care anymore. The only reason I know things about Miles is because they keep putting him next to Peter, and until the day I die, whether I like it or not, I know in my soul I'm going to be keeping up with the adventures of Peter Parker and Spider-Man and all those guys. So, but yeah, Miles in particular, I'll use him as the example since I know more about him, but think about the kind of the things I was just saying, right? The interesting, you have a black character. What do you do with a black character? Well, you had a lot of good setups there. Not necessarily that Bendis was the right one to tackle them, because again, not to get in, like, to sound like a neoliberal wanker, but I don't know if, you know, fat Jewish white guy from, like, Long Island is going to know exactly how to write a black teen in the late 2000s who lives in Brooklyn. Like, it's just one of those things where I don't know how well he could have ever pulled it off. Like, that's just, at least, you know, he could have pulled in somebody else to, like, help him write or advise, but he just didn't. So it was really weird. But Bendis aside, there was a lot of setups that you could have done with Miles, right? You could have, again, his dad was a cop. He's black and Latino. He's a cop. There's this really interesting bit where Jeff, his dad, talks about, you know, yes, my name is Jefferson Davis, the leader of the Confederacy. Somebody asked him, like, isn't that weird? Like, don't you feel like you should change it? And he talks about how my mom, you know, she wanted to take it back. There's this whole dialogue. I'm going to ruin it. I'm going to make it sound all, you know, like internet argumenty, but he essentially the breakdown is essentially, my mom wanted to reclaim it, and so that's why I didn't change it, da 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 da. That's like a really interesting beat you could do there. Then you have the, you know, dichotomy of, you know, the uncle relationship being that influence where his dad wasn't, even though they're both around, which is that absent father, you know, storyline you can touch on. You can even touch on the experience of being a kid of both a nurse and a cop who, like, just in general, you're probably not going to see them a lot, or at least both of them at the same time, because they're probably crossing in shifts and stuff. There's a lot of cool, interesting things you could do there, but you have to be willing to, like we were talking about, Oki, you have to be willing to be honest with your audience instead of pulling the wool over their eyes. Marvel doesn't want to do that because, yeah, it will happen no matter what, but they know that if they do that, they're going to get accused of racism, they're going to get blah, 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 blah. So what do you get instead? Instead, you get what I find is arguably more patronizing out of Miles, which is, black kid, okay, what is black kid like? He likes, like I was doing before, black hip hop, anime, sneakers, which is like, I don't know, that feels a little stereotypically racist to me. And then they don't expand on any of that, right? If you ask them, like, okay, what anime does Miles like? Does he like more emotional shonen, or like, does he like more emotional seinen? Does he actually like, you know, love stories out of the shoujo magazines? Is he a big shonen head? They'll never specify it, because that means committing to a character, and that means they can no longer use them as that blank slate to advertise to all black people, right? Same with, you know, you like hip hop, Miles? Okay, what do you like? They'll never say it, or if they do, it'll only be whatever you're getting out of Sony BMI or whatever, the big labels, because that's the acceptable one. Even though, go talk to literally, doesn't even have to be a black kid. Go talk to, like, a white kid in high school nowadays. They're not listening primarily to what's on the radio. They're listening to, you know, people on SoundCloud, people on YouTube, all the, you know, and they, you know, a lot of that music for, you know, I'm not making this a culture war issue. You guys can all talk about that on your own, but a lot of that music deals with a lot of uncomfortable subject matter, and it propagates a lot of things to talk about. Marvel doesn't want to deal with any of that. So that's why you end up getting all of these virtue signalings. Let's see. Oki says, I actually enjoyed Kamala's original run. She was funny and had a decent supporting cast, but more importantly, seemed to honestly care about helping others. Right? In my opinion, the problem is that aside from her cultural background, she doesn't have much of a niche in the Marvel universe, yet editorial keeps pushing her as if she's more important than she really is. I agree with this. So yeah, this is a great thing to cap, I guess, this Kamala part of the conversation off of, because I actually agree with you 1,000%, Oki, right? She is a good character. She is funny. She, at the time, the idea of, like, superhero fangirl, we hadn't really truly explored that. You know what I mean? We had Deku coming out of My Hero Academia, and we've had various comics in the past, things like the 1985 miniseries out of Marvel, if anybody remembers that. We've dabbled in it, but we've never really in the West had, like, I'm a fan. I guess the closest we had before her was Tim Drake, because he was like, I like Batman. I'm gonna detective my way to finding out his identity, and then I can be his sidekick. Like, so maybe that, like, I would qualify him, but yeah, I really liked her being the fangirl, that younger, that really younger angle, right? Because at up to this point, we really hadn't. I feel like, to give them credit where credit is due, I think Marvel did realize at this point that they had actually veered really hard away from like teenage heroes. At the time of like 2014, all of this stuff, they didn't really have teenage heroes. That's why we got Kamala, we got Riri, we got Miles being pushed, we got all of that stuff because they went, oh crap, we don't have that. So, oh gosh, I don't even remember where I was going with that. But and then of course, you obviously, Oki, we're just hanging out for the first time, but as longtime viewers of the show might know, and then for other new viewers out there, you guys know I love Iman Vellani, right? Like I think she is, instead of like waifu, like I call her, like I consider her like daughter fu. Like she's just a ray of sunshine. She's just so genuine. I don't know. I love her. Jacob and I, we always make this joke over on Bounding Into Comics, like protect her, save her from Hollywood. Don't let Hollywood get to her because she is legitimately like a burst of sunshine. I love the fact that Kevin Feige keeps trying to say, oh, the MCU is Earth 616. And she keeps going, no, the fuck it's not, you moron. She's fantastic. But the reason she keeps getting pushed more than, or the discrepancy here is they wanted to push her. They really wanted to make her the front runner of everything. But because she's coming into a really big established world, instead of having everything center on her, sort of like My Hero Academia, you have to go, okay, how do we make her important here? And that's where we started getting a lot of those really dumb marketing pushes, right? In particular, the one I always think of is the Avengers. There is no, Kamala Khan should nowhere have, like, not even close to have ever been on the Avengers at this point. Right now, like, even though, what is this, 11 years out since she was created, she's still like 17, 18, not an Avenger. Like, I'm sorry, that's so dumb, especially when you have her being like the Avengers fangirl, and then all of a sudden you go, by the way, now she's an Avenger and she's kind of leading. That was all dumb. But, and then the X-Men thing is just, I don't even, this isn't, okay, how do I put this? I don't think the X-Men thing is making her a mutant and putting her on the X-Men and all that. I don't think that is necessarily, we're trying to make her more important. I think that is what you're seeing there is Marvel Studios in real time losing their grip on their, I'm not going to say super meticulous plans, but on that sense of there is a plan to everything. There is a, we are doing this organically because that Inhumans mess, we all knew, even though they never came out and said it, we all knew that the Inhumans push was because Fox owned the mutants, right? And so instead of waiting or, bidding them out or trying to get some sort of partnership like they did with Spider-Man, Marvel instead, I don't remember where I was talking about this the other night. It was either on 01 or it might have been last week's episode of my own show, Good, Mad, Ugly. Don't worry, I'll plug it later. But it was last night on 01, right? When you start reacting and just trying to fix things as fast as possible, that's when you start making mistakes, when you go off of emotion. And what I mean in this sense is, Feige, he went, okay, we don't have mutants. And instead of doing any of that stuff I just mentioned, or just waiting it out, because this is Hollywood, this is business, you would have found a way. You have Disney lawyers. You would have found a way to get them back anyway. He went, Inhumans. We got to push Inhumans. We got to get that out there. And so then they pushed the Inhumans, resonated with nobody. Even in the comics, it was sort of a big flop. And then they went, oh, we got the rights back to X-Men? Shit. Kamala's a mutant now, right? Whoa, hey, don't remember the Inhumans. Now we've got mutants. And so it's still bad. It's just a different type of like stupid bad. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. This is, I'm just bringing this up to highlight. I don't want to get into it because, again, I know we can have a 9-hour stream on this, just all of us chatting for that period. But yeah, I'm not fond of resets in general, but I understand why they happened in the past. Yeah, well, maybe we'll talk about that when Andrew gets back, because I can already feel like my pretentious discourse brain like revving up there. So instead of letting that dumb discourse brain rev up, let's first talk about. Let me find, where did it go? I need to get that image. I know I saw it. I know I comment. Oh, there it is. I'm just very blind. We beep 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 beep. Vamping. That's all I've got. But yeah, aside from that, I don't really know. I don't even. I have no good lead off there, guys. That was a terrible attempt at vamping. Let's see. So, so much setup for well, not so little, but lots of setup for me to get this thing set up for us to talk about. Oof, pardon me. And now it doesn't want to work with me. What are you doing? What are we doing here? Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, I'm dumb. But, okay. So, this is, oh man, it's not going to fit. That's unfortunate. Well, we can go to the Zoom page screen. So, real quick, why don't we start talking about some current comics? Why don't we start talking about some things that are now going on? So this was a meme that was sent over by Sakuramita. Basically, or how do I set this up? So what you're seeing here, young man, I want attention. The dad, always too late. Like, I don't have any time for you. Then when he finally does, you're too late. This is, Sakura made this, or at least recaptioned it, in discussion of what is going on with all new Venom. So for those of you guys who don't know, because unfortunately, Andrew and I have been so busy that we just have not had any time in the last few shows with all the catching up we've been doing, with all of the other things that have been going on in the world of comic books. We just really haven't had time to, get to this. But right now, as you guys might know, All New Venom is a series that is running. It is spinning out of the Venom War event. The premise of the book was, there is a new host of Venom. It is not Eddie. It is not his son Dylan. Who could it be? They originally presented 4 candidates: Madam Mask, Luke Cage, Robbie Robertson, and Rick Jones. As you guys might know, if you watched, Andrew and I the entire time knew that wasn't going to be the case. Last issue, we did find out that the new host is Mary Jane. Now, we haven't gotten a new issue yet, so we don't have the full development on where this leads to. This is, for all intents and purposes, where the storyline is currently at, with MJ revealing that she is Venom. Not to get too far into it, because yes, there's a lot Andrew and I still have to, catch up on and talk about with the series. But overall, we have been a fan of what they've been doing here. We felt that Al Ewing has been handling Venom really well. He has a really good Venom voice. He remembers Venom is, can be a little wackier with his powers, a little more experimental instead of just, big bruiser. And we've said this in passing. Obviously, again, we haven't talked about it on the show, but both of us are a fan of the Mary Jane being the Venom host. Now, is this ideally how we would have done things? No, obviously. But as you've heard me dropping that phrase, you guys hear me drop the phrase a lot. We're playing the cards we've been dealt. And just to explain that expression, it's, if we're playing poker or whatever, we're playing Magic the Gathering, instead of going, oh, these cards suck, I don't want to play, oh my god, like I wish those cards were never here, I refuse to play with these cards. Instead of doing that, which will change absolutely nothing, right? I'll just get kicked out of the table, or they'll keep playing without me, won't bring back the money I've already lost or whatever. You just play them as they're dealt. It sucks, you might get a bad hand, but what are you going to do about it? You make the most out of a bad situation. So as we know, over the past few years, God, more than few years, more than a decade at this point, 17, 20 years, Marvel Comics nobody hates or nobody hates Spider-Man more than Marvel Comics, and everyone from Peter to his supporting cast, they've been trampled over for years. So this is at least an interesting development for MJ, right? Because for like a lot of people want to uh I I did share the image, Sakura. I literally just showed it a second ago. Rewind a couple minutes. uh so like uh hold on. I totally lost my train of thought. Yeah, so a lot of people, reacted to this off the jump going, oh, of course, Marvel's going woke, Marvel's feminine, blah, 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 blah. Anybody who really reacted like that off the jump clearly isn't reading comics. Like, they don't really know anything that happens. They're kind of just going off of culture war things. This is actually probably one of the better developments you could have done for the Venom or for the Venom symbiote to go to MJ. The way Ewing has been setting it up the trail, the way it all works, it has actually been really enjoyable. And this is we are at the make or break point. We really have to see the next issue before, and maybe the issue after that, who knows, but there's still more to come, so the entire jury is still out. But unfortunately, we have gotten some solicits this week, and they listed the trade for All New Venom, but it didn't list all new, it doesn't say volume 1, which is normally, if you're having a comic series release in trades, Ultimate Spider-Man volume 1, volume 2, volume 3. You really only do that sort of listing if that's the one and doneer there, right? Take it easy, punk. Sleep easy. I know it's getting late in some time zones, but I appreciate you for hanging out at any time you can. For any time you spend with us. Timon says, if these are the cards I'm dealt, I'm playing checkers. I mean, again, that's a sentiment, right? Like, I know a lot of us would want to flip the table and be like, I'm out, but it's not going to bring back, the money I already lost. There is something to say about the gambler's fallacy of like, oh no, one more hand, that's going to, now I'm going to win. But I'm not ready to admit I have a problem. But yes, the listing for All New Venom just says it's All New Venom, issues 1 through 10, which, we talk about this a lot. There's been, Marvel is very bad. Marvel and DC are very bad about saying what their print plans are. They'll release something as a mini series and advertise it as a mini series, and then, oh, surprise, it's actually a max. Like, it does so well, it becomes a maxi or whatever, or vice versa. It's very, very complicated nowadays, and that's all to say, who knows what they're doing with that. It could be maybe maybe the book did sell so bad that nobody picked it up and they're going, okay, we're canceling it. Maybe this is a case of what they always do in comic books, which is All New Venom, like number 10. That's the last one. Now we're going to go to like Venom number 1, right? Like, they're going to continue the story just in like a new book, a new relaunch, if you will. There's that possibility. We don't know, but all in all, I would say I am bummed about this because this was one of the more consistently fun books Andrew and I were reading in recent months. Venom, I really like the gold Venom design. I like Rick Jones. I like MJ. I like seeing Dylan punk Paul over and over again for being sort of a soy boy. It's been a fun ride. It does make me bummed if this was canceled due to low interest, because other things are still getting like continued that are really, really, really bad. Amazing Spider-Man keeps going, and that's like 900 times worse than everything going on here. So that's where we are with All New Venom, who we will obviously keep you updated, but until such time, we will be taking a quick bathroom break. I just realized I have to pee exceptionally bad. I do not, let's see, is there anything interesting? No, I unfortunately don't have any good graphics to hang up. So give me 1 second, guys. I gotta pee. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Promise. Woo! All right, let's go to party. Woo! We're back. Yeah. And then Sakura brings up the like he made the meme, even though we don't have confirmation yet. I get a bad Voodoo Mojo feeling that it got canceled. They don't know with MJ. They botched Spider-Man as a whole. And yeah, right? Like you're seeing a battle between a guy's hope and a guy being realistic about where we are in life, right? So, yes, no, it kind of, when it in our current media environment, being a fan of anything good really does feel like being a protagonist in a Final Destination movie, because we go, this was good. So it's either, we know it's either going to be canceled or it's going to be adapted in the most terrible way possible, right? Like that's just how these things play out nowadays, and sometimes we get lucky, most of the times we don't. But let's see, where do we want to roll from here? Well, first, just because it happened this week, I will make a quick note. Oh wait, nope, okay, good. Oh, that was just the first page, nobody really cares. But Ultimate Spider-Man 16 did drop this week. Peak continues to peak. Incredible issue. Andrew and I will definitely be gushing over it when he gets back next week. But my God, Hickman, my God, Chichetto, you guys keep just setting the bar higher and higher and higher and higher. It is absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Another quick hit. Ah, yes, you guys have probably heard me talk about this a few times. But now that Andrew's not here, now Andrew's away, Mav will play. So there is a series right now called, well, this is actually the last issue of this series. It is called TVA. It is 100% a canon crossover with the MCU. The TVA in question is the same TVA that we've seen in Loki, in Deadpool and Wolverine, in What If, all of that fun stuff. Like, it is straight up, you can see on the cover, the team, you know, there's a Captain Carter on this team. That Captain Carter is legitimately the same one we see in What If, the one we see, you know, wielding all the Infinity Stones, blah, 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 blah. Mobius, you know, Owen Wilson, what's his name? Ki-Hung Kwei or whatever his name is, like his character, they're all, this is basically, like, it is Marvel Comics canon and it's Marvel movie canon. It's a very, I've always felt that it was a very desperately sad sort of, you know, move, because this series really exists to give Spider-Gwen something to do in the Marvel comics, because if you've read any of her solo stuff or where she's at right now, she really just, there's nothing there. Nobody really knows what to do with her character outside of she's another crime fighter. So here we go. Oh, put her in the multiversal, like, repair team or whatever, the not Exiles, and do not get me started on the fact that we are never going to see my Exiles ever again. But one of the, oh, Oki, don't worry, Oki, this is actually why I bring it up. So Oki says, that's MCU Scarlet Witch? Oh dear. So this is actually why I bring it up. Now, you guys might have heard me in between laughs with Andrew on the show talk about, you know, I've been making a joke to something called Jimmy Watch. And that is because this is a bit of an obscure road, but for those of my my old head comic readers, you might remember that in the original Ultimate universe, they, you know, after Ultimatum and after everything sort of went off the rails, they introduced a new Wolverine. Because if you remember, Wolverine dies in Ultimatum after getting sort of, you know, charred to the bone by Cyclops, or rather not charred, but having all of his organs, cells stripped from his bones by just an unfettered Cyclops blast. It's not good writing, guys. Don't worry. I'm just explaining what happened. So after that, they introduced this character named Jimmy Hudson, who turned out to be the son of Wolverine. They were really trying to make a push for him for a while. Not entirely sure why, because it's not like they were going to, you know, they still couldn't put him in a movie or anything. They couldn't do anything with him, but I digress. So he was pushed for a little while. They eventually brought him over to the 616 with the rest of the the old Ultimate X-Men survivors. And then he just disappeared. It was like the Judas Traveler thing, right? Like, he was really prominent for a little while, and then everybody just said, I forget about him. I don't know. Like, he's gone. And I've always sort of just kept him as a weird curiosity because he does tend to, like, they forgot him, but then every so often somebody remembers he exists. And I don't particularly like his character, but it's sort of like a Where's Waldo for me, where I'm like, oh, hey, Jimmy watch. Somebody remembers Jimmy exists. You guys might remember many moons ago, there was that, like, symbiote war storyline they did where they introduced, like, the Poisons, which were that other third race of really, really dumb. But Jimmy made an appearance there. And then Jimmy made an appearance at the end of Krakoa, at that end of that entire arc. Jean Grey sort of, has a big psychic cosmic battle with Mr. Sinister, who has, like, a Dominion level existence now. And the visual they use to communicate it is she's like, I have all the X-Men of all universes behind me. And there is, like, one panel where you see Jimmy. And that was like, I was like, oh, hey, holy shit, it's Jimmy. So mainly I've liked this series, or not even liked, okay? I've mainly been checking this series out from my Pakistani friend because A, Jimmy watch. Like, hey, check it out, it's Jimmy. He's doing something again. They remembered. And B, considering that it is so close, like that it is part of the MCU, I was expecting something article worthy to come out of this, right? Something that I can say, look, Marvel is tripping over their own feet. They've introduced this thing in a crossover comic that completely fucks up everything they've been planning or everything they've done. Surprisingly, they didn't do that. But guys, I genuinely believe that they wanted to. So as Oki pointed out, as we've all sort of noticed on the cover here, yes, this is or it looks like the MCU Scarlet Witch, but it's not exactly our Earth 9999 Scarlet Witch, right? It is, they actually explain it. So what the setup is to where we got is Spider-Gwen is investigating the depths of the TVA, hears some sort of psychic thing calling out to her, goes to investigate, discovers Wanda in a sort of cryostasis pod, and she awakens her, and here she is. So the overarching plot we learn is that Nightmare, the cosmic entity, was trying to wake her up so that he could use her powers, blah, 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 blah. But they do explain that this is, where is that panel? Because it's very much like okay, we addressed it, please don't say anything about it anymore. Let's see. Yeah, so right here, when what panel? Oh, I need to go to the other window. Hold on, guys. In panel, if we're counting the one on the left, like the leftmost one, if that's panel 1, panel 2, 3, 4, 5. In panel 5, that one with Wanda with her eyes glowing. I actually think I can zoom in on that one. Yes, I can. So you can see in the word bubble, Nightmare is speaking here. Quote, Scarlet Witch, I thought I'd missed my chance after I heard about Mount Wundagore. But then I remembered that the TVA is almost as cunning as I am, and they found a timeline where the story went a little differently. The mountain went down, but you survived, and they put you on ice. Like, so that is the setup to this. The rest of the issue plays out with them having just sort of a big battle, and it eventually ends with Wanda going, you guys locked me up unfairly. This book essentially just puts forth the MCU stan argument of everything, right? Like, Doctor Strange mind wipe. She says it right here, actually, in this panel. Let me go into the zoomed page. Like, I watched Doctor Strange mind wipe an entire world so a teenager could get into college. I watched the TVA admit that the timekeepers, the ones who supposedly decided that I should lose everything more than once, weren't real. And they weren't called monsters, and they weren't locked away. This is the entire, so like, that's how it ends. She says that, TVA goes like, we're sorry, do you want to team up? And she goes, no, I'm leaving. Like, don't ever talk to me again. This again, like I said, this is the MCU stan argument of, Wanda did nothing wrong. Why does everybody treat Wanda so poorly? Ignoring the fact that she willingly went out and kidnapped people, right? Like, remember, in WandaVision, that entire town of people were kidnapped, like mind wiped, essentially like abducted and brainwashed. No consequences there. And then she goes out and she finds the literal, like, atom bomb of dark magic in the Darkhold and starts messing with different realities. And not to mention, she, like, lays waste to all of Kamar-Taj, right? So she's done bad things. Is Doctor Strange's mind wipe fucked up? Yes, it was. And we all saw the consequences from it. And even Doctor Strange even admitted, like, I don't want to do this. I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to hire one identity. And remember, it's Peter who goes and none of this. And then, like, the TVA, yeah, they said the Timekeepers were monsters. That's why the Timekeepers are no longer in charge of the TVA. And that's why Mobius is here. Like, I don't know what you want more from them, right? They've already suffered. I'm sorry you're still suffering, but what the hell do you expect? Anyway, that stupid argument aside, the reason I laughed or smirked so much at Oki's comment here is, given the setup of this comic, right, that it is the actual TVA, that it is the actual MCU, and then given the weird, or given this attempt to not justify, I guess, but like what am I trying to say here, guys? Like that attempt right here by Wanda to, like, the moral relativism of her, like, I don't know what it, you guys know what I mean, right? Like her attempt to be like, oh no, I didn't really do anything wrong. Like, what about these guys? It's so that, like, with that defense, and then with that really, really dumb explanation of, like, everything was, you're exactly like the MCU one, except you didn't die. I am 9,000% sure, like, I would put money on this, that, pardon me, they didn't intend for this to be an alternate Wanda. I genuinely believe this was supposed to be like, we're bringing back the Scarlet Witch. Isn't everybody excited? Here's a tie-in to Doomsday or Secret War, because for some reason this is like the one character people will not let go, even though Elizabeth Olsen herself has admittedly been like, yeah, I'm kind of out of this. Like I kind of don't really care. To be fair, Oki, good call out, but they do explain that the TVA, well, when they locked her up, they were able to, like, physically stop her, like her physical body, but she was still able to, like, observe things. Like, she could astral project a little bit. It's not a good explanation, but they at least tried, right? So C for effort, I guess I could say. C for effort, F for execution, but at least they didn't just say, like, oh, she just did. Well, okay, Oki says, it'd be hilarious if Wolverine canonically had, like, another 12 children he forgot about after his 6th brainwashing, half from other universes. This is, I'm not going to lump you in with me yet, because I don't know your opinion yet, and we've just met, so I don't want to, run over anybody and start assuming things, but, there, in recent history, we've seen that, like, Logan starts getting a lot more sort of, like, kids, like, he had Laura, his clone, then he had, Akihiro in Dakin. And then, like, technically Honey Badger, who is the clone of Laura. I've always sort of been in, I know a lot of people always go like, oh, of course Wolverine has another kid, but I've always sort of subscribed to, like, this concept. This has always been my headcanon. Again, headcanon, I know it's not real, but I've always been like, I know Wolverine's got to have like 900 kids just across the multiverse, across his own universe, across, like, all time. I would laugh so hard if they did one of those. Remember the old, like, what, huh? Issues they used to do that were just like Fred Hembeck led, and they were just like funny parodies of, like, what if stories and just like Marvel comics, right? Like complete, just like a gag book. I would laugh my butt off if they did another one of those, and they did a story where the reveal was like, everybody is related to Logan, right? Like, everybody does a 23andMe, and the entire Marvel universe is like, oh, we're all technically related to Logan because he's, existed for 40, 100 bazillion years. Sakura says MCU is going to ruin Earth 616. It already has, man. Like that. Let me be fair here, or not fair, but let me delineate what I mean to say. You're not wrong, Sakura. In terms of the comic like events as we're like looking at them, the world we're looking into, something is going to canonically happen and mess things up. I already know this is gonna be some sort of weird excuse link that they use for something. I don't know, but I just know Feige has some sort of weird cross media hope in his head right now. But in a meta sense, it already has, right? Because that's where corporate synergy and the rewriting of characters to match their MCU versions, or the, changing of their costumes and all that stuff, that's where that all comes from. And that does tend to ruin things really, really, really hard, right? But that's the only reason I've ever wanted to bring up this book, is just Jimmy Watch, just to explain it in case you guys never or have ever been confused as to what I was saying, and also let you guys know, like, I'm pretty sure that this was going to be Wanda's back, and thankfully, one good decision out of 900 bad ones, they didn't do it, but now it just sort of makes the entire thing feel very, very limp. All right. Let's see. From there, let's hop over to another comic. I know we're about an hour and a half in, so it's about time to be gearing up for some video. But before we get over there, let's talk about probably the biggest release of the week. I'm not entirely sure if Andrew is going to want to talk about this when he gets back. I know he is a giant Godzilla fan in particular, and a giant Spider-Man fan, so this book is going to be very much up his alley. Long story short, guys, so Marvel has been doing a series of Godzilla versus mini or one-shots over the summer. We've had Hulk, we've had Fantastic Four, we still have Avengers, and we still have Thor to come. We got our Spider-Man entry this week, drawn by Nick Bradshaw, who is just one of my favorite artists of all time, written by Joe Kelly, who is the current writer on Amazing Spider-Man. I'm not going to sit here and go through everything, just in case Andrew does want to talk about it, and in the interest of us getting over to Shattered Dimensions. But overall, a very, very... It is fun to an extent, but I definitely have some criticisms about it. So heads up, everybody. I am going to get into this book. If you do want to check it out on your own, or you haven't popped open your copy yet, come back in like 5 minutes. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but there is some cool stuff in here that it's cool to turn the page and see it. If that matters to you at all, just come back in like 5 minutes. If not, hang out and see what we've got in store for you, right? A lot of artists don't really know what to do, Oki, with like their designs of Godzilla. So Nick Bradshaw here, normally like Godzilla has those ears, but they're more like tucked back. And then, yeah, I see the like otter, like water mammal face there really, really hard. I definitely see that. I didn't notice the face until you pointed it out, but the ears, that was like one of the first things I noticed. But, see, this is Greg Land, who, notorious, we don't like him here. He's not a great artist. He traces a lot. We all know this, but yet Marvel still keeps giving him work. This is clearly a trace. I'm sure somebody on Twitter has already found which still or what promotional image this Godzilla came from, but there's an example of how it's more usually depicted, right? So it doesn't stick out as much. It almost looks like a ridge, but not entirely. So, Timon, if you're still here, this is what I wanted to show to Timon. A couple weeks ago in the Discord server, in the foil variant Discord server, I showed off, or I just shared this cover because I thought I was like, hey, look at it. It got released. And it is an homage to an old Godzilla cover that looks a lot like this. At the time when we first looked at it, we didn't have any of the trade dress. So we saw the bigger version. In the bigger version, there's a lot more space, but mostly over here on the left to Godzilla's like head, not over by Robbie, but over by Venom and Spider-Man over here. There's a lot more space, and it just felt weird and misplaced. And Timon and I were like, we see it, but it's a little off. Good news is, I think this is, Greg Land basically is an AI at this point. Like, he's not even like tracing new sources. He uses the same 5 images over and over again. But, so Timon was like, I don't know if it really lines up with the original cover. Here, let's grab that cover. Versus Spider-Man homage cover, and show me what it is. Ah, there we go. Oh wait, I don't think that is the right one. What? That's not the right issue. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Marvel? Show me the original Jerry Ordway cover. There you are. That's very helpful. Thank you, Jerry Ordway. Add to that. Put it on the screen. And boom, boom. So this is the Spider-Man cover, obviously, and it is an homage to a old school Marvel Godzilla cover from Jerry Ordway. Jaws of Fear here. Obviously, they replaced the landscape with a cityscape. It looks better. Like I bring it up for Timon specifically because I think it looks better than we thought it would. I still think the Ordway one has a little more personality just because there's more action, like there's more stuff going on. It just feels a little more dynamic with like the gunslingers and the guy like whoa than it is just Spider-Man being swung around, you know what I mean? But all in all, I thought it turned out better than I was expecting. But long story short, very, very fun issue. Very, very, I love Ryan Stegman's art. I'm always going to gobble up anything he can do. He kills it in this book with this art. Like, look at this splash page of Godzilla emerging from the water and, wrecking into New York. It's a beautiful book. I had a lot of fun with it, but there is something I do need to point out that, like, I barely tolerated this, right? So we all know the concept of editor's notes. They used to be way more prevalent back in, the 90s, 80s, blah, blah, blah. Primarily used with, yes, you're reading an issue of Thor and he says, Captain America, nice to see you. It's been so long since our last adventure. And then you go, last adventure? What? I've only been reading Thor. I've only seen Thor hanging out in, Asgard for the last 7 months. And you get that little bubble that says, Captain America went over to Asgard in Avengers number 72 on sale like next week or whatever you would do, right? They're there to help you kind of keep in continuity with everything. In this book, one of our favorite people, Nick Lowe, the current Spider Book editor, decides he wants to be really, really funny. And so you're going to see throughout this issue, where's the zoom one? Throughout this issue, you start to see a lot of these, not like, he's not just saying like, oh, this is where it's happening. He's putting a hat on like everything. So you open this book and you go, oh wow, Spidey's got his black suit. And he goes, oh, don't worry, here's an editor's note. You go, there's this scene right here where Spidey recaps to himself, it's been a wild couple of weeks, like, I was on Battle World and I got these new duds, and then Lowe has to go, don't forget, this is where he got his duds in Secret War 8, and it's like, again, every fucking page, as seen in Peter Parker's Spectacular Spider-Man, you didn't miss that, did you? And then it goes from, like, actually telling you where we're at to he just tries to be funny. Honestly, we don't know why he did it either. Stay in school, kids, right? Where's some more? Down here. You remember that epic battle from just a few weeks ago, right? If not, please see your doctor after you pick up a second copy of Godzilla vs. Hulk. Magnetic Mary Jane Watson's been making hay in Hollywood as an actress, model, or something. Right, she's a model. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, just this is the equivalent of sitting next to that guy who's like, oh man, hey, you want to go see a movie? Yeah, for sure. Oh, that's fucking dumb. Oh man, do you remember when we saw that other movie where that happened? Oh, hell yeah. Like, I love Chris Hemsworth. Shut the fuck. I'm not here for you, Nick. If you wanted to do 1 or 2 editor's notes, it says, hey, for those wondering, this story takes place in between Amazing, XYZ and Spectacular 4, 5, whatever, right? If you want to do that, something to just establish it, okay, I'm not against it. But also, just say it. Just say this issue takes place between, you know, you can put a little flair on it, like confused readers. Don't worry, this story takes place between blank and blank. But to start doing this like me, like attention to me, please. Like, do you remember I'm here as well? It's sort of like I don't know how many of you guys went through this experience. Again, I understand that I had more of a I am admittedly more of an extrovert, and I had one of those, you know, more extroverted, childhoods, or not childhoods, but like adolescence. But when I used to play in bands, right? Like when I used to play music with other people, oftentimes, whether it was, my friend, like my group, or my other, other friends' bands, you would end up getting one or two, often one guy who always went to your shows and always, showed you support, and you're like, yeah, man, like, thanks. Like, I really like hanging, like, I like seeing you. And maybe he's even a buddy, and maybe he, hangs out with you guys, and you really appreciate it. You're like, dude, this is awesome. Like, you support us. We could always use the help, and it's just cool to hang out. That guy, there are often times where that guy starts, whether intentionally or just because he doesn't really understand what's going, like the socialness of, like the social contract of it all, that guy will start, presenting himself as he's closer to the band, than he really is, right? And you start going like, it's cool that you're here, but stop trying to have input in what our set list is going to be, and stop trying to tell the manager, like, stop doing things on our behalf. Like, you're a fan, not you're a fan, but like, you aren't the show. You might be helping, and we appreciate it, and I'll buy you a beer, but you're not I don't need you up here next to me trying to say, look at me, I'm Spencer. Yeah, you're here for the band, but remember me. And that's what Nick Lowe is doing. But Oki says, it's as if he's scripting his thoughts while reading Wikipedia. It's not even that. Like, it's way more smarmy than that. Like, this is really him going like, this is real. Like, I'm really funny here. I'm super, super clever. Like, this is really, really cool. Or like, I'm super funny. And it's just like, be quiet, man. Like, just shut the fuck up and sit down. We already, as like Spider fans in general, don't want to hear from you with all of your bullshit that you're doing with Amazing and Peter's always got to be young, da 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 da. We definitely don't want to hear you try to be super, super funny right now, right? Like, it's the equivalent of you're out hanging out with people, and let's say like one of your friends ends up like getting too drunk, and he like yells at a bouncer and like smashes a beer bottle, and we all get kicked out. And then when you're standing outside of the bar, he just goes like, okay, so like, what are we doing next? Like, oh, by the way, here's a good joke. Like, nothing happened. And you're like, dude, we're not really happy with you right now. We don't want to go hang out with you. We kind of want you to go home. Nick Lowe, shut the hell up. But yes, aside from the Nick Lowe of it all, fun dialogue interactions, especially between MJ and Felicia. Where was it? There's this awesome panel where, yeah, I really liked this one. Zoom in. So Peter tells MJ and Felicia to help him by, assisting civilians, getting him out of the way. And they're both at each other's throats. And there's this panel where, grab those, MJ yells to Felicia, grab those civilians the way you grab your ill-fitting jumpsuits, Kat. And then she, fires back, hurry, follow that completely average boxed eye redhead. We said this last week, me and Andrew. Kelly's got a good Spider-Man, the comedic lightheartedness, like, voice of it, right? For all of his cast. He's really good at that. Less so with Peter and emotional, like, drama heavyweight. And I'm not surprised, considering that this is the same man who, transformed Deadpool from crazy mercenary man into wacky fourth wall breaker that we know now. But long story short, there are just like little things in this book, right, that I go, that's cool. Like right here, Godzilla roars and it rips off the symbiote because it's a sonic attack. That's really, really cool. It eventually ends up taking over Godzilla, gives him a Godzilla -1 sort of symbol on his chest. And we learn that, we all know our Godzilla here. He's not an inherently evil creature. He's here to save the world when he can. So he actually woke up because Peter brought the symbiote here. So he's trying to, save the world from the symbiote. takes it on himself, and Peter eventually, cracks it off of him with the Shocker's gauntlets in a really, really cool splash page here from Bradshaw. We then get, Big G gets to fight the symbiote Godzilla, and Godzilla eventually puts him down with one of his radioactive breath blasts. And at this point, there's like not much to say outside of like, I'm a 13-year-old, and all of this stuff is like, yeah, this is cool. Like, this is kind of all I really wanted from a Spider-Man Godzilla crossover. I didn't really want anything, super deep or super intricate. I just wanted big smash and big explosion. So that is how the issue ends. Well, kind of. You get the death here of the symbiote, but then we get a post-credit scene where we have Eddie, and he gets taken over by the Godzilla Venom symbiote, and we get this God Venom. I'm so torn here, guys, because admittedly, I can't lie. The idea of like symbiote, like I know Timon here is rolling his eyes at it, but like the idea of a symbiote possessing Godzilla and then taking on like a Godzilla form, that speaks to my like 12-year-old brain, right? That makes me inherently just go like, that's cool. I can't help but have that reaction. However, I don't think this is the business. This weird, it's like a combo of Space Godzilla with MCU lines, like in the way they, do the divide of the white and the black. And it's just, it ain't working for me. So I'm sure Marvel is going to bring this back, and we're going to see it in crossovers, and they're going to want to merchandise it. But I think past the initial, like, oh, cool, it goes, oh, that's not cool. That's exactly what I was, Oki, not even a joke. That's legitimately what I thought, to be continued in Venomverse. I am almost positive that we are going to crack like the last issue of Venom, Spider-Verse versus Venomverse, or whatever the hell that stupid crossover is that's coming up, and boom, Big G, Venomzilla blasting an atomic breath down at somebody. I just absolutely know that. Sakura says, to be honest, I'd rather have Batman versus Godzilla so we can see the most bat shit in the history of Batman's bat shit. That's true. I would like to see, either way they do it, Sakura, right? Whether they truly, really, like, seriously approach him doing his Batman, like, stratagems and everything to take down Godzilla, that would be hyper interesting. But I would also super be in for just, like, a ridiculous 1960s style Batman. Bat God just can do anything and just wins over Godzilla, right? Because I'm not looking for a lot here, right? Like, yes, the Godzilla movies, especially the early ones, and then things like Godzilla -1 and Shin Godzilla, they are very deep, cultural texts on the state of Japan, the state of war in Japan, the state of bureaucracy, the state of there's a lot of good cultural depth you can explore with Godzilla, and it has. But when he's crossing over with Marvel Comics, I don't really expect anything more than dumb shit like this. And as long as you keep delivering dumb shit like this, how am I going to complain? So, very cool issue. Mostly more pretty than anything else. Just, I've already, even before the show, I was just flipping through this book going, I wish I was you, Nick Bradshaw. You Art Adams almosting son of a bitch. Yeah, well, Timon says, Marvel have officially run out of ideas. This is AVP2 levels of shit. I mean, you're not wrong. Obviously, like, they're doing a whole summer of Godzilla crossovers. I mean, they're also doing all the Predator crossovers, the Alien crossovers. This is admittedly like Marvel really just trying to cash in, trying to say, how can we get money? What can we do? Very, very reminiscent of that 90s era. Like, oh, can we just relaunch everything and make it okay? What do we do? It's very reminiscent of that. I'm not going to lie. But at the very least, some of these things, like some of these one-shots and some of these minis, have turned out really, really, really fucking fantastic, right? They're obviously the exceptions. And if somebody, if they were to announce tomorrow, DC versus Justice League versus Kong versus Godzilla, right? Like, if they announced another one of those tomorrow, I wouldn't automatically go like, I liked that one issue of Spider-Man Godzilla. I'm so in for this. I'm still going to be skeptical, but it's like, at least we got this. And we haven't really gotten to talk about it a lot because it is just one of those books that Andrew and I walk away from going like, it's good, but it's also really fucking sad. The Alien versus Avengers crossover they're doing is really good comics, got like just even if you take out the crossover element of it, like I know that's asking a lot, especially from folks like us in the audience here who are more media aware. But if you sort of put your brain on pause and go, okay, I'm just looking at this as like a space future Avengers story, it's so fucking good. And then if you do turn your brain back on, it gets better. Like it's one of the series you guys know this, regular viewers know this. Ultimate Spider-Man was the series that got me back into buying comics and, talking to Andrew and launching foil variant and all that stuff. That was what like got me back into the shop. But what really got me back into like, oh, let me start seeing like what is out here. Let me start picking up books was that Avengers versus Aliens crossover, because it's written by Jonathan Hickman, right? Who is the writer of Ultimate Spider-Man, all the Avengers stuff. He's a really, really good writer. He's one of my favorites. So I just saw that and I went, I'm in. And luckily, it was one of the best ones. Yeah, if they're using Classic Zilla, Spidey should have been Classic Ditko. I mean, I would say they went as close to it as would make sense and allow them to play with the symbiote, because like yeah, in these brief moments when we see him without his costume, like here, we'll zoom in there. We can get down in there, like in this panel over here. He's definitely got the Ditko hair, and I know that because Ditko hair is my favorite for Peter, the like wavy, sort of messy. And you might have seen a second ago when he eventually loses the suit and he starts swinging through, like the city here. He has this really 80s, 70s era cut off jersey, belly shirt, short shorts thing, which was just the style of the time. So they're at least putting him back there. They're at least trying, but you're never going to get a Ditko artist. You're not going to have Bradshaw ever look like Ditko. And I think that's for the better. So I enjoyed the issue. I highly recommend, if anything you saw here piqued your interest, even if it is just the interiors or one of these really, really cool covers. I picked up this one. It is the foil variant, no surprise there, of the Patrick Gleason cover for Godzilla versus Spider-Man. Pretty fun. Maybe we'll talk about it more next week when Andrew is back. But with that, we did just mention, thanks to Oki, we did just broach the topic of Spider-Verse. So why don't we, for the next 45 minutes, maybe an hour, we'll see how long we go. Why don't we get to the original Spider-Verse? Why don't we go to where this all began, shall we? Why don't we play some video games? Why don't we hang out and do this? What? Why is the comic book page the one that is open right now? That's not what I want. I want... wait, is that why it's up? That is why it's up, because screens are weird right now. This is such an old game that it doesn't entirely... It does that thing where if I try to Alt-Tab out of this game, my system says the game doesn't exist. It's not running. So I can't link it to any of the sources on OBS or sort of any of that stuff. No Marvel Rivals time this week, Zero. So as I was saying at the top of the show, with these solo streams, what I want to start doing, because obviously, there's not enough. I'm not going to stretch talking about one or two comic books over, 2.5 hours, even though I easily could. But my interest so I want to, play some video games, hang out with you, marry my two of my biggest interests. But it's also, here to inform you guys, to show you guys something cool you might not have picked up, to take a cool trip down memory lane, remember when things were, more fun, more easygoing, and also to just, give you a little bit of that comic book history. We'll obviously be talking trivia. We'll be talking the entire time. It's not like I'm going to put on a movie. I'm not your substitute teacher. I'm not going to say, movie time, I'm going to go smoke my vape outside of the gym. I'm definitely going to be talking. We'll definitely be, chatting and all that sort of fun stuff. So, yes, we are playing Shattered Dimensions tonight, which, if you guys do not know, this game came out in, I believe, 2009? Let's, here, you're all on the same page as me. Shattered Dimensions, 2010 there, guys. So we are looking at a very, very classic game, to say the least. Now, I've been referencing, and I obviously used Oki's mention of the Spider-Verse as a jump off, but outside... So nowadays, we all know the concept of the Spider-Verse, from the comic book series to the movies to every other marketing stunt they've tried with it since that first movie. What a lot of us might not know is that this was not a wholly original, Dan Slott creation. This was not, Dan Slott didn't come up with the idea of the Spider-Verse, of multiple Spider-Men crossing over. Truly, the real first one here, I can actually pull this up for you guys because we are here. And yes, unfortunately, you're going to have to deal with, seeing all these windows, because that's what I was saying. I have to do display capture. So you're getting all of everything on my second window instead of just the game. Because if I don't do that, it's going to straight up disappear. What was I doing? Ah, that's right. We have to go to the archives. We jump in. Inspector Gadget. Here we go. Gonna mute you real quick, my friend. So this whole idea actually originated way back here in the 1990s Spider-Man the Animated Series. Now, I know a lot of us watched this when we were growing up. I know some of us might not have. For those who don't know what the premise of this is, it is the series finale. So they closed out Spider-Man the Animated Series with a 4 or 5 part episode. Or no, I think it's 2. I don't know. It's multiple parts. I actually think, 4 or 5. 4 or 5 episodes where Spider Carnage actually, starts going through the multiverse, and Spider-Man needs some help, and Madam Web recruits him and teams him up with 5 different Spider-Men. As you can see here, we've got the armored one, we've got Ben Reilly, we've got the 6-armed Spider-Man, we have a Spider-Man who uses Doc Ock's technology, and then we have, see, there's that one. And then, here, you know what? Just because I'm sure there's going to be a funny quip here out of Ben, why don't we bring that volume up?
How can that be? Madam Web says that we're each from different dimensions.
See?
Reality is
different
like a
dimensions,
river
all that
that
same
splits
fun
off
stuff.
into many parallel tributaries. These Spider-Men are from parallel realities.
As we
each
know.
legitimate as yours.
As we know,
They're
right?
all you.
These worry you with
Where's the Ben? I know Ben says a line, and it's all,
got a problem right now. Things like this to help.
yeah.
Although I'm not prepared for
Not
anything
prepared.
like this. We were all kind of caught in the middle of things. I'm having a little mutation problem right now. Whoa! I don't think I even want to hear your story.
Oh, you must hear the Scarlet Spider story, for this is his reality we're in. And that monster you encountered was his twin. Behold.
My name is Ben Reilly.
Yeah, it is. That's my guy. Eat poop, Andrew. I got my Ben Reilly reference in for the week. This is what happens when you're not here. So this is the first time we sort of ever saw that multiple Spider-Man idea. Fast forward to 2010, and we got Shattered Dimensions. Now, this is a game that, surprisingly, Dan Slott did help work on this. But I bring all of that history up because this is, both this and that animated series episode are sort of forgotten in history, right? Like in discourse. A lot of people, when you talk about Spider-Verse and all of that, they'll bring up the animated series as sort of a trivia, like, did you know this was actually the first? But nobody legitimately ever comes back to this game, which is, for all intents and purposes, essentially what the Spider-Verse game, like the movies, the comic book, all of that. It is essentially everything we're about to see and play through. The groundwork was laid here, and it really bums me out, and I really harp on it because I love this game, and this is one of those games that genuinely feels like the people who were working on it really cared about it. They really, really, really wanted to watch it, or watch it. They really, really wanted to play it. They really, really wanted to work on it, and they really cared about Spider-Man. So we don't see this a lot anymore. Marvel Rivals is bringing a breath of fresh air to everything, but let's why don't we get into it? Let's go down memory lane a little bit, and let's play some video games as soon as I can unmute my damn self, right? Let's see. Open up my volume mixer. Volume mixer. All right. Now, of course, guys, considering this is a video game and it's a different audio source than we normally hang out with, let me know what you hear, you know, sound-wise. If it's too low, if it's too loud, I can easily make adjustments. But aside from that, I don't know. The PS1 game is one of my favorites, especially the second one. But this one, considering all the love and all of the fan service that went into this one sort of does, I think for me at least, take the cake. So, if you want to hang out, you want to play some video games, let's get into it with some Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions as soon as I can start the controller and it will respond to me. There we go. All right, guys, let us jump into it. As always, I have two screens, so I'll be looking at the screen over here, so I'll turn over here to read you guys and talk to you guys, but until then, let us get into it. So yes, it says continue, it says all this stuff, but as you can see, I really just opened this up to set it up, test it all out, get us ready for tonight. Pardon me. So, we are picking up directly from the beginning, directly from the jump. I hope everybody out there enjoys, somebody out there might... Here, what am I saying? So, obviously in the thumbnail for tonight, you see that there's this shot of Spider-Man, right? Sitting on the ledge. And as we've been hanging out, you see that it will occasionally flip between the other three Spider-Men. This is impossible to find on YouTube or anywhere in 4K. Like, just this menu. I had to battle and script. Like, the video I got the screenshot from today had like 30 views. That's how badly I had to scrape for this. So, hopefully, with the 4K resolution we broadcast in, someday somebody will find this and they'll it'll be of use to them. Hopefully I can do for you what nobody wanted to do for us. But until then, let's get into this. Let's continue. Let's hit play. Do you want to quit? No, I don't want to quit. I want to select it. Aha, I'm pushing circle on my controller, and that's what you do in like Final Fantasy and Japanese games. They want you to hit X because we're in America here, guys.
Hey there, true believers.
Stand!
Watch as once again, frightening forces are at work in all...
Whoops, crap. We're going to have to I want to see if there's subtitles for you guys. Okay, we're going to restart that because that's half the importance. Or, it's not half the importance. I'm sure you guys can all hear it, but in this day and age, who doesn't prefer subtitles, right? I use subtitles even when I just go to... Like when I'm watching stuff at home, just because Hollywood can't audio mix for jack shit anymore,
Hey there,
right?
true believers.
Stand!
Watch as once again, frightening forces
Right?
are at work in
The
our
good old
world,
man.
ready
It's
to
been a
wreak
while.
havoc with our very existence.
It does.
Who or what prowls the halls of the Empire
It does make
State
me feel a little,
University
like,
after dark.
graze in my
None
heart,
other
right?
than the
Like,
master
Excelsior,
of
like-
illusion himself.
Oh, even with all the
menacing
controversies, with everything that's happened.
Mysterio.
I still love you, Stan. There's still something about you that I'll always give it up.
Selling you on the black market is gonna make me a mint.
Good, you can use it.
Look how dated that is. It's
I
gonna
can
make me
smell
a
your breath
mint.
from
How
here.
dated.
Spider-Man?
Wait, how would you eat a mint through that fishbowl?
Like, wouldn't that not be anything?
Nice! Don't get me wrong, your illusions are nifty and all, but if you ask me, they could use a little more kick. Nah, souvenirs are available in the gift shop.
And like, even though this game is like 15 years old, these graphics don't look that bad. Like,
Incessant is the
all
best
of
kind
it,
of
the
pride.
texturing, the movement. There's some stuff I can see we could improve, but overall, not bad. And a pretty cool Mysterio design that I'm sad we've
Hey,
never seen
Bubblehead,
again.
think fast!
Spidey, no!
Whoa, what the heck was that? Okay. Can somebody tell me what's going on here?
Spider-Man, you are needed.
Look,
Madam Web?
a regular Madam.
This night wasn't strange enough
After this,
already.
don't you guys want to see a movie about her?
Order and chaos is the most powerful of
Look at all the
all
references in the
mystic
back, like it's
artifacts in the
actual
world,
official art.
And you shattered it.
Yeah, sorry about that. Guess they don't make tablets like they used to, huh?
The pieces are now fragmented across other dimensions. Dimensions that are strange reflections of our own. A past unlike
Noir.
ours. A present day
Ultimate.
out of sync. And a distant future which may or
2099.
may not come to pass.
Is that a cartoon pig?
Yeah, cartoon
Focus.
pig. Always.
I require your help. Yours and the help of these three
I
other
remember at the
Spider-Men,
time when this came
the
out,
heroes
like,
into whose realities the
so
tablet
Noir was
fragments
brand
fell.
new
Slow
and like a
down.
very
Other
fresh concept, and
realities?
that first
Other
miniseries was really
views?
good.
Yes, I
and
have explained our
I
dire
was like, they picked the
situation to them.
perfect
They will
Spider,
be
like
your
Ultimate
allies in this
Spider-Man.
quest.
But now that I
But
think
I'm
about
the
it,
most
it's not like they
charming,
had a lot
right?
to pick
You
from.
must gather all the pieces of
But
the
they picked the
tablet
right ones.
before they fall
Look,
into
there's
the
even
wrong
Spider
hands.
Bits from
Or our
Old Man
reality,
Logan in the
as well
background
as
there. That's
theirs, will be
crazy.
utterly destroyed.
Yeah, right. No pressure or anything.
Sakura asks, "What if Adam West Batman vs. Godzilla movie was made?" Oh, where's my cursor? There it is. I think it would have been
Let's get
hilarious.
started.
Like that
These
would have been the
neighborhoods aren't gonna friendly
campiest thing of
themselves.
all
If you
time,
follow
and
my
I would have been there
instructions,
day
I will
one. It also
assist
probably
you
would
in
have made
finding a
a
fragment
zillion
now.
dollars.
Who am I to refuse a lovely lady? Lead on, MW.
So one of the cool
All
things
right,
that
you
I
will
really
need
like
to
about
reach
this
that ledge
is
to begin your
that
quest.
Wait,
all
this
of
quest
the
involves jumping?
all of the voice
Now,
actors for the
scale
Spider-Man in
the
this
wall
game
with your
are
unique adhesive
uh,
abilities.
I believe the technical
what
term
buttons
is
do you want me to
stickum
use to
powers.
stick?
Yup, I'm
Oh, there we
crawling
go.
up a wall.
Oh, it wouldn't let me until it was ready. I hate when games do that, when it's like, do this tutorial thing, and then it won't let you do it until like a certain moment, right? Like it has to click over and say, all right, now you can do it. No, we need to go to controller. Yeah, pad. I want, here, we gotta do this. Right axis, no, that's right. I just want to invert. Where can I invert? Oh, there it is. Camera Y-axis is I think I want? Yeah. Yep. Okay. So, all the voice actors in this game are actors who played Spider-Man in a previous medium. So right now, we are...
augmenting your spider
Well, that's
sense.
Madam Web.
Now, instead of just detecting danger, you have the added abilities of seeing through objects, locating enemies, and discerning structural
whoa.
weaknesses in your environment.
Whoa, was this the first instance of, like, detective vision?
I will bestow it upon the other Spider-Men as well. Don't let weak structures or other obstacles block your path.
Well, then let me
Use
punch
your
things.
webbing to pull that wall down.
Alright.
And that's called breaking and entering.
Quick time events. Stupid.
Hey, look what I found.
Zero. For me, it is
A job
always
well
like
begun is
dependent.
half
For
done.
certain games,
Now
I do
to
inverted.
another
For others, I
Spider-Man,
can't.
and
It's
to
always
bestow a
variable. I
different
never
gift
can tell you
upon
what it
him.
is for me. But so,
The black suit? What am I doing in the black suit? I hate this thing.
Stay calm, young
So that
Peter.
amazing
This
voice,
suit has
in case you guys
extra
didn't pick that
abilities
one up,
you will need in your quest.
that was Neil Patrick
What, trying to
Harris,
take over my body?
who
I
played,
said
who voiced
stay calm.
Spidey
My
in the
psychic
MTV
powers
cartoon,
will
the
keep
new
you from
Spider-Man
overwhelming
Adventures.
you.
Yeah, well, I hope you
And he's just one of my favorite actors in general. I just
Now
like the
let's
guy.
retrieve the next fragment.
Let's go.
Spitspot.
He also
Did you just say spit spot?
First,
He also
with your
surprisingly
ability to
played
web-sync, you can
Nightwing
travel
in the
quickly
Batman
from
Under the
perch
Red Hood
point to
movie,
perch
like the
point.
animated one.
Try it now.
And I remember that bummed me out because it was like, they advertised it like, you have Nightwing, and I'm like, yes, Nightwing, my second favorite DC guy, like, he's coming. And then they went, and he's Neil Patrick Harris. And I went, oh, hell yeah, it's Neil. He's in like, not even 20 seconds of the movie. Like, maybe
Occasionally, in order to reach
10
distant
seconds.
perch points, you will
It
have
kind
to
of bummed
jump
me out.
towards
Well,
them
more
and
than,
web
oh, I'm a
them.
bad Spider-Man.
Huh. Talk about a leap of faith.
Oh yeah,
You
that's a
can
cool
run
mechanic
across
about this
narrow
too, is
walkways such
you can
as
text,
this
like,
one without
I
fear of
failed right
failing
there, right
due to
guys?
your natural
And I
agility
died,
and powers of adhesion.
but when you fall,
Powers.
like
One of the
you
other
die,
movies
but
made that
Spidey
joke already.
webs himself
Yes,
back up because
and
he
it
can
was
do
no
that. Like
funnier
that,
then. The
you don't get
fragment is
gameplay
at the end
innovation
of
or
the
like
corridor. Can you swing across
anything
to it?
like this,
Anna,
like presentation
lady,
like this
it's my
anymore. Now it's
trademark.
just, you died, continue, or not even continue. Like, I don't even know what happens if you die in Marvel's Spider-Man, like the Insomniac ones, because I never have.
I gotta admit,
how could I?
the suit
It's not
does
that hard of a
feel
game.
Fairly under control.
Whee!
I feel stronger, faster. Maybe this will work out after all.
Whee!
Fingers crossed.
Moon swinging. Whee! Go faster. Whoa!
They're all gonna be
Tablet.
this easy to find, right?
No. But now I
And then
must
this
turn my
voice
consciousness
actor,
to
this
the
is
future
Josh
and
Keaton,
to
who voiced him in Spectacular Spider-Man. And here, you guys should know this one.
Miguel O'Hara, Spider-Man of the year
This will be the most
2099.
obvious.
That's me, ready to save the universe and looking good while doing it.
The next
Oh
fragment
no, wait.
is close.
Sorry,
Just
not him.
ahead, in fact.
You'll know Noir.
Gotta watch out, though. This area is property of the Alchemax Corporation, and that means
Some
the
of you might
public eye will be
recognize Miguel
everywhere.
here, but
And what, pray tell,
I was
is a
I was
public
referring to.
Not a
You'll
what,
all
a
definitely
who.
recognize
The police
Noir
force
when we
owned
get
by
to him.
Alchemax, and I'm not sure which
But-
is more corrupt.
For those curious, this voice actor is the 1980s show, like the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. It's the one from the 60s show. That's who's voicing him here. I forget his name, but they like really did their
Enemies
like
will
diligence,
try to
right?
stop you from
I love
collecting
it.
fragments. You must defeat them in combat.
Tell me about it. I tried to defeat him in cards once. Didn't go so good.
I also love this effect on
This
Miguel's
one looks
suit, and
easy.
I'm
Try
sad
a
we
light.
don't see it anymore. But this like
comes another,
shimmer
perhaps something
that keeps like
stronger.
going
Keep the battle tips
over
coming,
his
lady.
suit because
It's like
he's
having Sun Tzu as a life
future.
coach.
I love it.
You go in.
Spider Strike.
Impressive. With your incredible strength, you can probably even knock enemies into the air.
Good job.
Wanna see?
You must never miss an opportunity to subdue an enemy, even in the
Yeah.
air. Try to hit him while he's airborne. Perform a combo.
Now this is just over again. And yet, it's so cool.
So cool. Right?
Now
That's
try
what I'm
to
talking
grab
about,
him.
Miguel. The rule of
There he is! Come here. Oh no, I didn't mean to make him disappear.
You didn't. I have saved him from peril and transported him to safety, thanks to a dimensional rift caused by the tablet. But please, try not to be so cavalier next time.
Good to know you got my back. Guess I'll just worry about my front.
Beware, Spider-Man. Here come the last three.
Let's
Take them
get
out
them!
howsoever you choose, and live good.
You are one bloodthirsty old chick. I like it.
Oh hell yeah! What do we think, guys? Should we ship Madam Web and Miggy?
That was a good warm-up. So when do I get a real challenge?
I fear it will be sooner than you think. And finally, I turn my attention from the future to a world set in the past.
I need to refill my water, so while you do these cutscenes, I'll be right back. And you can listen to who this is.
Say your prayers, punks. Here comes the Spider-Man. What do we got here?
Looks like criminal forces in this world have already found one of the fragments. They've taken over the station.
And this used to be such a nice place.
Use the shadows to your advantage. See if you can subdue these opponents silently, with stealth attacks.
You read my mind, sister.
Yes, that's what I do.
Go. Go, come on. Come on, buddy. Oh, hell yeah. Co-host in the house. Come on. No? Come on, come on. Come up here. Let's go. You want to come up here? There you go. Say hi, everybody. What's up, Hercules? Oh, man, there wasn't even a cutscene. That's bullcrap. That wasn't even a good cutscene to stop it. Yeah, like what? You would think it would have been an opportune pause, but it was the opposite. I kind of can't wait. There's a possibility, even though, like, I'm 34, I would be, like, 108 by the time we got to 2099. Not unrealistic considering where we are with technology and everything, but I kind of just want to be alive to see how close we get, right? Because consider how far off we are right now from Back to the Future. I feel like it's going to be very much the same thing. Yep, that is one of my doggos. That is Hercules. He is a big old husky buddy.
The Spider-Man's just
and he just likes hanging out on my bed. There we go. Hi, bud. What's up? There you go. Lay down. All right, let's get back to the Arkham. There was a Marvel 2099 game? I didn't know that. I mean, we've gotten 2 pretty good 2099 Spider-Man games between this one and the sequel Edge of Time, which is focused on just Amazing and just 2099. I didn't know they were ever going to make another one. I hope it... Obviously, I'm going to look into it, and now that you've informed me of this, but I really hope it's not just Spider-Man. I really, really hope it is all of that 2099 nonsense, because yes, it's not all great, but I was a kid when that came out, and it's always going to have a soft... I'm always going to have a soft spot.
Won't last long if they open up on me.
Agreed. If an enemy spots you, it is imperative
Okay,
to
I know I only got
quickly.
one... You only heard one sentence last time before I jumped. But, yes, pay attention to who Spider-Man's voice is here. I'll give some time. I'm not expecting... If you guys don't get it...
Thanks for the enhanced powers, lady. The web's
You don't
normally
get it,
just kind
but
of splatter everywhere.
Use your spider sense to locate the fragment.
But also, yes, this is very much... Like, I said it, but I mean it. This is Arkham. They ripped the Arkham stuff off for this. Push forward to drop down. Let me drop down then. Except, like, what do you guys think? Do you think stealth takedowns make more sense for Spider-Man than Batman? I think they do for me, because you can, like, web people's mouths and, you know, crawl on walls. I just feel like a lot of times Batman, yeah, he knocks him out, but they can still yell. Fuck!
It's him.
Flee for the shadows.
Flee! Woof!
Find him.
Another opportunity.
Gotcha, bitch! That's right, Oki. We are solid snake in it here. Tactical spider action. Except it's tactical spider action as controlled by somebody with Down syndrome, because I am not performing well. I got caught by the tutorial, like, thugs. That feels bad. As a gamer, that feels bad.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
All right, all right. Let's see. Oh, do I have to... I have to invert it for everybody? That's weird. That's why it's so finicky in my hands right now. Okay, that makes more sense. Why would I want to... I mean, I guess that's cool for player options, but very odd choice for customization. Let's see. Jump, jump.
The fragment is close. I feel its presence. May I suggest a stealth attack on this dirty louse?
Lady, you're all right.
Flee for the shadows.
Mice and mumps.
Also, like, I do like the Spider-Man noir from Spider-Verse, like the Nick Cage version and the more, like, hard-boiled detective. But I feel like I really like this version. Like, I don't want to call him, like, steampunk, but I guess, like, pulp Spider-Man? Especially with, like, the bomber jacket. Maybe it's just the bomber jacket, because I'm a sucker for the bomber jacket looks on anybody.
Oh, now we're talking. This new wall crawling ability will help me get the drop on these bozos.
Let us wall crawl. All right, there's one thing that definitely shows its age. These controls are not the most, like, responsive.
Hey, I see you.
Oh, fuck off.
You have been spotted.
Oh, can I not win? Oh, shit!
This is not what I foresaw. I must warn you, Spider-Man. You are risking certain death.
Okay, let's make the canon right this time. Let's be a real Spider-Man.
Another opportunity for a stealth attack.
Got him. One down.
Sorry, you're gonna miss your train.
I don't know how many of you guys played the Arkham games, like, out there back in the day. I know they were very popular. Lots of people played. God, I'm doing it. I know a lot of people did, but I bring it up specifically because if you guys remember, like, Arkham City had a bunch of challenge modes where you would, like, do combat maps or the takedown maps for, like, time and score, and oh my god, did I lose so... You put, like, a record mode like that into, like, a game, and I'm sunk. Like, I'm dead. I will quit my job, lose, you know, break up with my girlfriend, cancel all my plans. Well, I don't have a girlfriend, but if I had one, I would break up with her, cancel all my plans, and it's time to be the best Nightwing takedowner ever. Youngblood, I do remember, so Sakuramita does bring up, somehow Youngblood got a game. I know this might seem hard for our younger viewers out there, and I'm not saying this is you, Sakura, that's just how I like to set this up. But,
get that guy!
Fuck!
You have been spotted.
No!
Damn, they are cracking shots off at me, come on. But, back in the day, that, like, the Image Revolution was a real thing. When Image hit the scene, everybody lost their minds for, like, Spawn and Witchblade, and one of those was Youngblood because it was coming from Rob, right? And I'm not, like, hearing that there was that Youngblood got licensed for a video game but never made it to fruition. That's got to be one of the, like, least surprising, like, I would have guessed that would have happened even if you didn't tell me that. You know what I mean? Like, in a conversation, I would have brought up, like, I'm sure it happened. But that makes a lot of sense. He's relaunching it, by the way. He just relaunched it, like, a week ago. He's also trying to, like, really expand it out into a multimedia franchise this time around. There we go. Like, he wants comics and TV shows and movies and video games. And like Andrew and I, we like the guy. We really like Rob's, like, gumption and him as a creator or whatever, but his work's just not technically, like, really that good. So it's like, best of luck to you, Rob.
No, Spidey, it's just the
I just don't know if
beginning.
it'll work out.
Across many dimensions, these four fearless Spider-Men, in all their various incarnations, must fight to reassemble the Tablet of Order and Chaos. Not just for the sake of their own worlds, but for the fate of every world, in every dimension. Good luck, web-slingers. We're all counting on you.
You've recovered the first quarter of the tablet. Excellent.
I've always been good at scavenger hunts.
Like moths to a flame,
Doesn't she
those
look
with
just
evil
like Dakota
hearts will
Johnson?
be drawn to the unleashed
Just
power
like
of the tablet, gaining new and frightening powers. So far, you have been fortunate that none of them have fallen into enemy hands.
Why'd you have to go and say that? Man, what a jinx.
Useless hunk of nothing.
Mav, have you played Superman for PS1, the canceled but superior game to shitstorm N64? I think I have. I think I played, like, a ROM dump of it.
This is what real
It was better than N64. Still rough. Definitely not on the level of, like, the Spider-Man games, right? The one that Simone was talking about earlier. Those games set, like, the standard for PS1 superhero games.
The beginning.
Also, just to, you know, add an asterisk to our stealing, copying from each other soup we've got going on here. If you guys remember, there was a series they did Marvel Comics did a series way back called Spider-Man, and it was the first it was the official first crossing over of the old Ultimate Universe and the 616, which, asterisk to the asterisk, never forget that back in the day, Quesada and Joe Quesada and Bendis were asked, will you ever have any plans to cross over the Ultimate Universe with the regular one, like when Ultimate was kicking off? And they straight up said, the day they cross over is the day we're out of ideas. And oh boy, not only did they cross over, but they crossed over in a sequel series, and then they've been crossing over ever since. And I just don't make lofty promises like that, guys. You know what I mean? But where was I going with that? Damn, I don't even remember. I really don't remember where I was going. So in that first Spider-Man series, the way they connect the two worlds is literally Ultimate Mysterio steals a tablet, breaks it, and uses it to get, cross barriers. It is kind of bizarre how little originality there is in this concept. It shouldn't be that hard to come up with different reasons to assemble
jungle room?
like various Spider-Man. Look at that first one with Spider Carnage, right? The animated one? That was at least different.
Tablet fragment, right there, waiting for me to grab it. Which can only mean one thing. That wasn't so bad, actually.
Sorry, I know that was an overload of sound because Spidey started whipping and jumping right when I yelled. But okay, yes, that was the word. If that ever happens, the House of Ideas is officially the House out of ideas, and it was like, I don't remember if they exactly said that, but they got cocky. But no, I use that idiom myself a lot. Okay, the House of Ideas no more is how I put it, because that sounds a little more comic book flary, right? But they do not. There's not a lot of originality coming out of here. Okay, this is super funny to me, and maybe it's just me, and I don't know if you guys can really see it well on your end, but whatever they're doing with the textures here, Spidey's feet dip into the pad here, so the bottom are cut off, so it looks like he has really tiny feet.
Okay,
all right, let's go fight Kraven. Oh yeah, restore my health. Dang, do you guys remember Legends of the Hidden Temple? I actually like that show so much. I kind of wish, I guess I don't know what the market for it is, because I genuinely don't know anything about the children's entertainment market, on a business end, but I wonder why we don't see more, kids game shows like that. Are they just too expensive? I can't imagine that. You still do 500 Family Feud, episodes a year. Kraven!
Welcome, Spider-Man. Welcome to the jungle.
Guys, Jim Cummings. Not even trying to do a non-Jim Cummings voice.
I could use it to crush you, like a bug.
That wouldn't be very sporting of you, would it?
Ah, you speak a great truth. Let it be your prize, then. If you can survive my...
Literally just sounds like
your
Pete,
my skills.
just every Disney villain he's ever voiced.
Come, enter my game of death. Claim your trophy, if you dare.
Zero says, I really need to get back to streaming. You do. I need something to listen to while I'm working, my friend. How am I supposed to get through all of these RPGs I'm never going to have time to play if you're not playing them while I'm working? All right. Oh, yeah, this is... And here comes the autismo part, guys. Woo! Web of Destiny. We got character upgrade trees, baby. Let's see. What do we want? We have 675. I don't think I up... And then we... Character upgrades. What do we want to buy? I don't think we can even... Yeah, 5 challenges. Spider upgrades. 3 challenges. So, we just got to get through this and start unlocking things.
All
right.
Do not delay.
Hurry.
Hurry.
So you want me to run through the jungle?
Genuine question.
Not look back?
Did any...
Do not mock me, Spider-Man.
Wow, you're awfully touchy for a guy who wears leopard print pants.
Sorry,
Keep your tights on.
Sometimes I get just absorbed in the dialogue. I love this game, guys, and I think it is, everything about it is just charming. Fellas, get you a woman who looks at you like I look at Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Yeah, wow, I don't even remember what I was saying off of that before that. But regardless, let me go over here. Sakura Mita asks, your reaction if Marvel's Wolverine was released for the PS6? I don't really have one. I don't care about like modern consoles anymore, right? Like, if it releases on the PS6, it's gonna be released on PC, and I might play it there. But in terms of like, do I care about what console it's on? Not really. I think console warring, I think all of that is like,
Seeing you so
I
excited,
love Cassie. We all know Cassie, cult classic Cage. God, she is my queen. But I don't know how she can fight like console wars all the time, because I just go, I'd rather play video games. But I'm more concerned, like, that game just looks boring. It doesn't look like they do anything unique or interesting with either Jean or Logan's power sets. It just looks like it looks like Uncharted with claws. And it's not what I'm about. For those of you who don't know, if you haven't, watched my own streams or caught me on Twitter or just talked to me, I'm not a big fan of those Sony, walking movie simulators. And that's kind of what we get. That's what all the leaked stuff from Wolverine is looking like to me. And it's like, whoa, God.
And some for you.
So cool. And it's also like, I have my thing with the Wolverine game is like, I don't know if anybody played it, and it would be understandable if you didn't. Back in 2007 or 8,
come first serve.
They made a Wolverine Origins video game to, obviously to tie in with the movie. The thing is, that wasn't, which way am I going, guys? I don't remember where we were going. We'll just go this way. Screw it. We'll find Kraven somewhere. No, I think this is the way we came from. Oh yeah, it is. But, so they made that, there was, whatchamacallit? What was I saying about that game? Oh, so yes, it's obviously tied into Wolverine Origins, the absolutely terrible, solo movie. But this was a case of like, that game was already in development, and at the last second they said, hey, can we, I'm just turning it down a little bit on my end, guys. It's blowing in my ears a lot, and I can barely even hear myself talk. But, there we go. So yes, it has the branding for Wolverine or X-Men Origins, but it was one of those games that was in development before the movie was coming out, and they went, oh, do you think you can just slap the branding on it? And they went, all right, fine. Like, you pick that game up, it has nothing to do with the movie outside of like, I think they put in a boss fight with Gambit or Deadpool or something, like, or Dude Peel, if you will, and that's about it. But that aside, it is a really good Wolverine game, and so to me, I'm like, and it's a Wolverine, like, how do I put it? Obviously, I said a second ago that the new Wolverine game just looks like it's going to be very, very generic gameplay, like, oh, you're slashing with your claws. Okay, Jean's gameplay looks like Control, right? None of that to me is what I should be getting out of a superhero thing. Superhero stuff should be way more fantastical and over the top, sort of like this. And in terms of like being a video game, that Wolverine game did do interesting things with his powers, like crawling up, like walking up walls or getting people through walls, things like that. And, it's sort of the same thing we're seeing here with Shattered Dimensions. It was clearly made by people who wanted to do right by the character. Let's put it that way, right? Like, those people making that Wolverine game were like, we like Wolverine. We want him to have a good Wolverine game, and we're not going to half-ass it, right? This is not a Tiger handheld spin-off game or whatever. Like, we want to do it right. And that's just my main. I feel like we don't get a lot of that just in general with video games nowadays, with how corporate it is and how the most important thing is whether or not it makes, our stock price go up. It's not even innovation. Nobody experiments. Nobody does anything weird. Do you think we would get a Katamari Damacy in this day and age? Fuck no, are you joking? I doubt we would even get like a Batman Arkham game in this day and age. If they went up to WB right now and were proposing single player Batman game, they would probably go, what the fuck are you talking about, single player Batman game? So, yeah, that's my main concern is I don't know how good that game is going to be. More than 5 years, and that's the best I can come up with, says Sakura.
Active evasion.
That's what I mean, right? Is
when
like
being attacked, roll out of the way.
Well, I don't know if you're using your hypothetical of it coming out on the PS6, but regardless, like whether we're talking that development time or the already like long development time they had, because they started making this before Spider-Man 2 was like out the door. Obviously, like that's how a lot of these games work. So whatever lead time they had, they weren't using it for anything aside from we're gonna get good graphics or whatever, and we're gonna plot out set pieces. There's that, and then it's just like they also had the leak, right? So they have to know that we, as in the player base, as in Spider fan or not Spider fans, like X fans, Wolverine fans, they have to know outside of like the normie consumer, most people aren't caught on what they were offering. So if we don't see any change between that demo build or that beta build, alpha build, and whatever we eventually get, it's going to be very, very, like, I would just lose all respect for them. Like, I didn't like Spider-Man 2 and a lot of what they did.
Wait for him to come within range.
I'm still willing to give Insomniac, another chance. They can always, everybody can always have a redemption. Most people can always have a redemption. But, yeah, as it is, it's just like, did you guys really go that lazy with a character and an IP that, again, opens itself up to the super fantastical? I don't know how many of you guys have seen that beta build that is been floating around out there for Wolverine, but so yes, I'm gonna harp on Jean Grey again because in that, like I said, in that beta alpha, Jean plays a lot like what's her name, Jessie from Control.
You see that?
Which, if you guys don't know Control, it was by Remedy Entertainment, the Alan Wake guys. It's essentially for the SCP Foundation, the internet, collective writing sensation about the secret Black Ops government team that is concerned with like, finding and containing paranormal, supernatural, horror objects, sort of. Used to be a lot better back before everybody and their mom got on the internet and started making it all about like, my original character is the most mysterious and strongest. And I'm not even exaggerating. That is literally a bunch of arguments on the site nowadays. But in that game, one of Jesse's, like, hurt.
Out, not the face!
What? I was getting hit? Where? You were not even. That is
Spider-Man. That's what I do.
I was behind a wall to you, good sir. But yeah, in that game, Jesse has the ability to levitate things. He has telekinesis, and that game is admittedly aiming to be a little more grounded, right? If you guys know the Alan Wake series, it really tries to be more Twin Peaksy than it does, Batman or X Factor investigations or anything like that. So, no, Oki, he's not kicking him to death. Did you not hear when Madam Web said that she's opening the portals to send them back to their dimension thanks to the tablet? Again, you're right, but they at least put in that they at least knew that they had to address that, even if it is ridiculous. But you know what? Video game logic. Damn, I don't. Yeah, I'm Spider-Man. That's what I do. All the quips and stuff, like it's good writing up in here. I really like playing these games. But yeah, so in Control, it's supposed to be, they aim for a more grounded, realistic aesthetic, more more Twin Peaksy than, like I said, like an X Factor Investigations or anything, a Batman history, something like that. So when Jessie uses her powers, you get
and some for
more
you.
grounded how do I like effects. So she'll like lift things up and there will be like ripples coming off of her hand to signify that her power is being used. And when the objects are in the air, they'll like shake and rumble the same sort of vibration aura thing. Like, you know, a more grounded telekinesis. That's not what I want out of Jean Grey, right? And that is what she sort of, that is how her powers play out in the demos we've seen. She like lifts up like chunks of concrete and barrels, but they're just, they pick up and she has a little thing go over her head that like distorts, and then there's a little distort wave around them, and then she just throws it. And it's, why not, you know, put that flare on, make it so that when she picks these up, there's a big, you know, give her that pink crown of energy that she had in the animated series, or to, you know, make the object when you pick it up, it glows. They have a little bit of a, you know, the model starts getting fire on the edges because maybe you're hinting at like, oh, there's the Phoenix Force, right? Anything to just have Jean fly, have her, I don't know, there's so many creative ways you can do these powers, and yet you just go with the lamest, like, oh, we don't want normies to think we're being out of, like, we want them to believe this. If it's any bit fantastical, they're going to think it's gay and weird and not want anything. They're not going to take us serious. And it's like, you are such an insecure motherfucker. Like, get over it. Like, oh no, the Academy of Voters isn't going to like your video game. Who gives a shit? What about the players? What about the people who like Spider-Man? I'd rather hear from Peter David about what he likes about, you know, Spider-Man Shadow Dimensions than fucking Cisco Lieber or Grace Randolph or whoever the fuck these days. I don't know reviewers because I don't listen to reviews anymore. I'm at that point in my life. Like, the internet is such garbage. Like, the internet is so dead and garbage now that I don't give a shit about reviews. You can find a review that says anything. I can find a review right now that says this game we are playing is woke communist garbage because reasons. And at this point, what do you believe? You kind of can only distrust yourself. So, yeah, maybe I'm losing a bit more money playing bad games or watching bad movies, but at the very least, I know that I'm getting, you know, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. Yeah, 2 minutes.
Who's having a good time? Raise your hand.
Like, who do you? Oh, there he is. I got to turn off my flux because it is dimming the screen and I cannot see. Disable. All right, there we go. Now we're back.
Stay up there forever, bug.
Bop. I'm not up anywhere, nerd. But that's what I'm getting at is play up like the fantastical. When you have these fantastical settings, play up the fantastical. You can do realistic fantastical too. You don't have to. If you wanted to keep your X-Men series like game grounded, you can do it. But you can still get fantastical. Like even going in their own pocket, right? They gave Miles his electric powers in Spider-Man, or I guess they probably did it in Miles Morales, but they also did it in Spider-Man 2. And that's kind of a big stretch to expect people to believe this guy can just automatically start shooting lightning out of his hands. Especially if you're saying, oh, he's a spider person. But you still did it, and it still opened up for, like, you know, it made things feel more fantastical. He was fighting Venom, and like, here's the difference, guys. Imagine if you've seen the cutscene. If not, follow me along here. I'll try to paint a picture. At the end of the game, during the final fight, Miles helps out Peter at, like, to, you know how you, in boss fights, you get a certain amount of health down, and then it has, like, a mini transition to, like, the next phase, and there's a little cutscene? So it's like that. You fight Venom, there's a mini cutscene where Miles gets, like, jumps on his back, he, like, what do you call it, like, stretches and prepares, charges up his, lightning, and then, like, just, bam, like, shockers it into Venom. Venom screams, there's a bunch of electricity zapping out, and he falls down, but stands back up, and that allows Peter to start the second phase of the fight. Imagine, so, again, not saying the game is good, not saying anybody should like Miles or these powers, but just hang with me here on, you know, roll with me here. That scene, objectively, you know, if you need help, you know, switch out Miles for like Black Lightning or something. Objectively a cool looking scene when you have a character jumping on a giant black massive monster, charging up electricity that is bright blue, and then jamming it into that monster and seeing it like spark and radiate out. That's like, holy crap, like things are happening. Now imagine would that scene have the same impact if Miles essentially, you know, I have a defibrillator machine in my gloves, Peter, and he goes, and you see a little like zit zit, and then he goes, gah! And you see Venom go, ah. Yes, okay, you followed all the rules, and that is technically how it would play in real life, but that's not entertaining, I guess. That's just sort of lame. But yes, that's sort of what I mean. Play up the fantastical. Otherwise, go make your own damn IP. Go make a Control, right? If that's what you want to play with. Sakura says, I learned there was a canceled Iron Man game from 2003.
Next.
I don't even think I know about that one. There was a... Video games and comic books have had a weird relationship. Because, like, you'll find that they... Where am I supposed to go? Where did Craven go? I lost Craven. You'll see that, like, in the early days of video games, comic books were big pioneer things. You know, Commodore 64s, Spectre Visions, your televisions. These all had... Oh my god, did I say Spectre Vision? I meant the Spectrum. I forget who made that one. But all of these consoles have pretty, you know, big, like, actual Marvel releases on them. And they used to do them for... They legitimately made, like, a series of 4, essentially American visual novels that followed a coherent plot that was like, here's Spider-Man, and then it's like Spider-Man and the Human Torch, and then it was like Iron Man and something. They've always been there. It's this weird phenomenon, though, where in the 2000s, when the video games started becoming more of a mainstream thing, and then comic books also were slowly becoming a mainstream thing with the X-Men movie and the Spider-Man movie. These I did not see that. Yeah, I'd be a terrible Spider-Man. But in those 2000s, like, people were licensing everything, they were eating everything up, and not all of them came to fruition, which is like, you would think a comic book video game would be one of the easiest things to just kind of, at the time, crap out, if you will, right?
But it's gonna work.
We just
gonna have to
didn't
find
happen.
another way.
Lots of things got canceled.
Sorry, I'm allergic to bullets. They ruined my complexion.
This is what when I think about comic book video games, especially back then, before we turned everything into a AAA, always has to, make zillions of dollars. These like the old school. This is a cool framing thing. I'm completely in control of Spidey, but watching it through Craven's scope, trying to shoot me.
You are lucky.
This fucking game. That's what I'm talking about. Next. But comic books used to be able to really go crazy and experiment with weird things. One of, if not the first, I would have to check, but I obviously am in the middle of the fight. One of, if not the first Iron Man games was a fucking crossover side-scrolling shooter with XO Man of War from Valiant Comics, right? Like, what? Random. But back in the day, before everything became about, everything's got to make $1 zillion, and we've got to partner with the NFL and blah, blah, blah. We used to be able to do stuff like that. And now, yeah, if it doesn't make $400 million and doesn't have a celebrity voice cast, and doesn't address every topical, social, and political, and economic issue of all time at every angle,
not this game.
We don't want to greenlight your game. Oki says, damn it, Oki, you threw off my groove. You got me shot. Oh, wait, I think I can move, right? Or am I supposed to go to Craven?
Can you dodge this time? You test my patience.
What do you want me to do?
No. You test my patience.
Oh wait, do I don't know what you want me to do! Do you want me to upgrade? Is that what you're saying? Like, you have to? Okay, let's see. Oh, maybe I need my web shots. That's nice. Let's just buy all these upgrades while we're sitting here. Bird Eater? Sure, let's buy Bird Eater. Let's buy the punch. Oh, I don't have any more money.
Can you dodge this time? Can you dodge this time?
What do you want me to do? Damn you guys, got me all talking and I missed our,
you test my patience.
Coming at you.
You want me to break all the rocks?
You are no match for me. No.
Oh, that was kind of cool.
Can you dodge this time?
I don't know what you want.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
You shall not escape.
Am I missing something here? Do I need to do like a character upgrade? Oh, maybe. Do I need to do Spidey Vision? What the hair? I totally blanked on what we're supposed to be doing here.
Like this.
What? Oh, you just want me? Oh!
Don't trust me.
I see. I'm supposed to get him to shoot this down, and it'll probably like fall and make a bridge, and we'll be okay. Bring it!
Now, you die.
Look at that. We did it, everybody. Chat, big ups in the chat. Shout out to Oki for both distracting me and then not helping me
a super crime
like, figure out what I was supposed to do. But yes, Oki brings up... Oh, he's just destroying it. Oki brings up... for what it's worth, I thought Miles' stinger power was weak for the full anime in the comics. Again, I'm right there with you. The original Miles, like in his original incarnation, is that he's got a lot to offer. He's really interesting, and I thought, even though it was a little OP at the time, well, I like that his stinger used to just be just a stinger, like you said, before he went full anime and it started being just a Kamehameha and a sword and stuff. Like, I think that concept works. And then I did like his invisibility. I thought that was a fair differentiation. But yeah, now they've just gone completely off the rails with what they want to do with him. But there's a reason, guys, that the only story they ever adapt for Miles is that first one. The one with his uncle being the Prowler. Because immediately after that, Marvel made him into, not a character, into a marketing mascot. And it's really hard to make, you know, a video game or a
having a good time?
movie
Raise your
off
hand.
a marketing mascot that isn't fucking like Cool Spot and Cool World, right? Or the Chester Cheeto game. And like, this is what I mean. This section, you know, is cool. Like, you guys saw me gush about the how it changes your perspective.
You are lucky.
And yeah, it
that is all.
It's there's some weird parts that, you know, the tree, it took me a second to realize that's what I was supposed to do. The controls are a little wonky at points, but I'd rather take this over a hyper-polished Call of Duty clone, you know what I mean? Or another fucking God of War Ragnarok, like, full. At least it's doing...
Curses!
Take this, yo!
Get into that milk river. Ugh.
Nah, can't do that here.
Nah, can't do that here. Woo! Oh yeah, Oki did get it. Oki did get it. Yeah. Well, Miles hasn't even become static. That's like.
Excuse me, I'm doing a survey on getting knocked out. Anyone care to participate?
That's sort of, you know, it's a good comparison point, and I'm glad you brought it. Like you mentioned it, Zero, because this is a good like way for like it's a good opening for me to explain and delineate. Static is a a genuine character. I know you're making the comparison between like lightning powers, but even then, Static, you know, he does the anime thing almost, where instead of just ass pulling a new way to use his powers, or like a new level to his power, Static uses his powers in creative ways. For example, if we're talking Miles,
let me guess. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. Am I right?
If you wanted to have Miles fly, they would just say tomorrow, like,
your
oh,
headress. Is that
I
from
can
the Skull
magically
collection?
propel
May I
myself
suggest an
with my
accoutrement?
lightning.
Perhaps something from
Because
the Webbing collection.
I can fly now.
Classic.
But Static, like, he does the trash can lid. He doesn't just hover up. He goes, oh, I'll use I'll use physics, all that stuff. Oh man, I'm gonna get fucking annihilated by not Titan Joker. Oh, that one. Wow, that's bullshit. Oh man. And so like even like Static had a character. They allowed him to do things. They allowed him to, interrogate what it meant to be like a young black kid in the inner city and gangs and all this stuff. Not Miles. Like Miles, that's what I mean. Like he's not a character anymore. He is a straight up. He's a mascot. He's a mascot for the diversity age of comics, or like the sentiment of comics are more diverse now. That's all it is, and it's unfortunate because you have a lot that you could play with if you're a smart writer. But because they say he has to be, like I said, he has to be super squeaky clean so that we can sell him to every demographic, you're never going to let him struggle. You're never going to let him develop. Make genuine mistakes, and oh, I died! Crap.
This is not what I foresaw.
Like Miles has an
Let me guess.
Static has
2
an
men
identity.
enter, 1 man
Miles
leaves.
does not.
Right?
No way. Yeah. So
This
Oki
won't
brings
hurt
up,
a bit.
there's that saying, Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Miles Morales is Miles Morales. Now, I do on its face agree with that sentiment, especially because one of my biggest hang-ups with the idea of trying to call both Peter and Miles Spider-Man at the same time is that they're both around using the moniker. That's why I was cool with it in Ultimate, because there was only one Spider-Man. There was no, Peter was running around with it when Miles was. There was only one. That's one of my bigger issues, is that you bring him over to this universe and you say, he's Spider-Man too. Well, we have Avengers comics where they have Spider-Man, or both of them together, and you have to do the stupid thing of go get Spider-Man. Which one? The new one, or and it's just oh my god, could you have not? It's one of those problems that could have been easily remedied by just giving him a different name. I don't know.
Say Uncle.
Like Recluse or Stinger, some other Silver Age easy nonsense like that. But because they didn't, we get into this weird world where obviously a lot of it is to let the pro Miles folks, pro diversity folks get their culture war sort of slogans, right? Miles Morales is Spider-Man, and it's yes, technically, but even Marvel knows that it's all a marketing gimmick, because anytime they announce a series that has Miles and Peter, they always have to go, it's Spider-Man and Miles Morales teaming up today. And no matter how much they try, the public will never, ever, ever replace, Miles will never become the main Spider-Man in the public consciousness. Just like Sam will Captain America, just like anybody who's not Bruce Wayne will never be Batman and Superman. It's just, we know them as that. And so, a lot of people, I know they do bring up, what really aggravates me about that, and this is a personal thing, is a lot of people who use that are just doing it to be, reactionary, culture wars and shit, because they're just going, you can't have two Spider-Men. They're not interrogating what could have made it okay, or in what situations it could have worked. They're just going, nope, never, Miles couldn't be a Spider-Man. And on my end, I go, he can be a Spider-Man, but we've got to, be smart about it. You can't have it just hanging around. So I always get torn. Like, I do think that the phrase is really good about communicating like the gist of everything. It just, I get really annoyed by when the fact that idiots use it a lot makes me annoyed whenever I see it, even if I might like at the core agree with the quintessential base sentiment. Did he just drop me? Holy crap!
He's blinded
yes,
by
I
the
definitely
thrill
can.
of the
Okay.
hunt. Wait for him to lunge, then
Dang, I just got Ninja Gaiden Azuna drop. That is ridiculous. This game. Okay, so what's you want me to? Oh, I went right into that one. Oh, I keep doing it. Oh, no, that one worked.
Looks like the hunter has become the. Well, you get the.
Oh,
Die! There's web in your eye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You cannot escape.
Oh! He did it again!
this cannot be.
He's blinded by the thrill of the
Like,
hunt.
it's crazy
Wait
how
for him to lunge,
the
then
Miles situation could literally just be solved by giving the man his own name.
Hey, Kraven,
And I'm
why don't
sure
you
that,
make
like,
one of your trophies and get stuffed.
remember that big trend that artists were doing a lot when Beyond this, or across, whatever the hell the second Spider-Verse was, when that one came out, there were a lot of people making their own like Spider-Man personas, right? Like their own Spider people. A lot of those had, you know, really cool names and really unique designs. I don't know why I brought up the designs. Miles actually has a pretty solid alternate Spider-Man design, if I do say so myself. Sarah Pacioli really hit that. There's a reason it really doesn't get revamped that much, because it kind of hit gold. But, yeah, just give him a different name, and we wouldn't be here. And again, like, it just feels insulting the way it's that patronizing thing we were all talking about at the beginning of the story, where,
There's a law against hunting
you know,
men.
he's just the best ever, and all of his powers always work. And even when he has his own clone saga, he is better than Peter because he's able to talk to his clones and give them a life. And it's just like, can you show him failing a fucking math test?
Hey, Kraven,
Like,
remember that version of your vest that shoots you rays from the eyes?
This damn Azuna drop.
But he's blinded by the
Fine, you want me to upgrade game? What do you want me to upgrade? I don't have... Okay, I have 4,000. What can we upgrade? We have health. Okay, I guess we'll upgrade our health.
thrill of the hunt. Wait for him to
No,
lunge,
I didn't want to
then
do that.
strike.
Well, little spider.
Be honest. Do you think I'd look good with a mustache?
Be honest, I look good with myself. Why aren't there subtitles for the quips, man?
Shall
These
we
are actually
resume
good
our
quips.
dance?
From both of them.
The next move. A cutting blow.
Woohoo! I keep getting smoked by that.
Yeah. Hunt this.
That's
I'm just gonna read it because I'm in the middle of the boss fight. But Sakura says, I hate the Spider-Verse. I try to make a pretty cure name that doesn't scream Spider Persona. Oh, do you mean like a spider-themed pretty cure? I mean, I can't get mad at it. It's just people having fun making their own versions of characters. I mean, I don't get mad when we get like 700 original Kamen Riders and stuff, even if they overlap or whatever. It's just, but I do understand the frustration if you were making something and it's like, oh, they overlap with me, and now if I do make this, everybody is just going to think this is what I'm doing. I definitely get that frustration.
The best offense is a good defense.
Oh yeah, this is the other gameplay gimmick. We get first-person fist fights.
I think you'd be more relaxed if you took up other hobbies. Just think about it. Kraven the golfer.
Oh, dodge him. And then look, it's almost like a mini punch out, right? Like, jab right, jab left, hook him. Strike back. Oh, and then we dodge. And then we...
Your strength. I have
beat him up. Punch him out.
The day has
What? KO! Oh, I gotta keep going?
Spider. Most impressive. I've had my fill of you.
Yoinks, just to bring this up. Oki says, I don't think Miles can be fixed simply by changing a superhero's name. He needs his own world apart from Peter. That includes his own rogues gallery and stories that can't be told with Peter. So, yes, I agree with that. If you wanted, like, so how do I put this? Yes, just giving him a name change would not solve all the problems with his character. There is the whole thing where, like, he doesn't have his own rogues gallery. His own stories really just aren't that exciting. And a lot of what they do with him is just, like, retread what Peter did, but not even slightly different. Just, like, retread what Peter did, get your own version of Peter's villain. So, like, that's a whole different conversation. Or, like, how do I put this? It's not, okay, not a whole different conversation. It is a side, it's not quite what I'm talking about, because, where is he? Did that work? Where is he? Oh my god. So, I'm sort of saying, like, one of the, you know, I'm sort of just addressing one of the bigger issues is that, you know, whole trying to make him Spider-Man at the same time as Peter. And I know that that is where a lot of the resistance comes from readers, right? Is the whole stupid thing of, like, they're both, you know, Peter's Spider-Man, Miles is Miles, you can't have both of them, it's really confusing. I know that, so that's one problem, and so when I say if he changed his name, it would, you know, solve a lot, I really mean, like, you would solve that sentiment of, like, he's not Spider-Man, and I think the damage has already been done, so this is sort of like an alternate reality, like this is what we should have done.
Wait for him to
but if you
prepare
just
his attack.
introduced him into the 616 and you said, okay, instead of Spider-Man, like, both him and Peter are going to acknowledge, you know, Secret War happened, it's a different universe, how does Miles get here? Okay, they both acknowledge all that, and they both decide, like, I'll be, you know, out of respect for Peter, or because it's going to be confusing, I'm going to be the, you know, the Black Spider, or Spider Black, whatever the hell you want it. Again, just pick up a random name. That would have solved so much of the problem of people, like, the Spider-Man issue of it all, right? Like, the identity of it all. In terms of the other stuff that, like, you bring up, that would be like phase 2 into turning him into a real character, because, like, in my brain, if you'd have introduced Miles as, like, you know, Black Spider or Spider Zapper or whatever the hell you want to say, yeah, he still would have had all those problems, like, you know, the Rogues Gallery, Peter, blah blah blah. But those are things that, as comic book readers, you know, we are more, or I should only speak on my end. As in my comic book reading view, those are one of the, that's one of the things, you know, you can save a character from, you know, a bad characterization, from having nothing to do, you know, like, I'm trying to think of a character. Look at all the Green Lanterns, for example, right? Like, they're, a lot of times they overlap, but instead of having all 4 of them always on Earth doing all the same things, you know, John is the one who's always in space. Hal is the one who's always on Earth. Guy is the one who's always working, you know, he's in space, but he's on Oa. He's working for their council. Kyle's around, but he's doing more, you know, White Lantern, cosmic godhead stuff. And so that's really sort of what I'm getting at, is you could have rebooted Miles' character, and like, we can, you know, you can give him a new enemy, you can change all that stuff. You can't change him trying, you know, having gotten his start as a carbon copy of Peter and using Peter's name at the same time, which just makes it super confusing. It's like I've always said, you don't, Spider-Man is not like a title. It's not like Officer, right? Where you can have Officer Zero, Officer Mav, Officer Oki. It's a person. It would be really weird if, you know, instead of the Patriots drafting a new quarterback, they said, okay, we're drafting a new Tom Brady. This is Tom Brady. No, he's not our quarterback. He's Tom Brady. You go, what? So then they go, okay, here's Patriots Day 2026, and then they go, here's Tom Brady, and here's Tom Brady, and you go, what? And so, and your uncle leans over to you, you go, that's the original Brady. Brady liked the other guys so much that he, said it was cool if he used his name at the same time. And it's like, but it's not, that's not how you do that. It would be so odd and confusing. I'm so close to winning this one, and if I...
The day has finally come.
Dodge that shit!
Your strength, I have underestimated you.
Eat dirt! Honk, 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 honk. Woo, baby! Lights out, Craven!
This hunt is over, and as the victor, I command you to leave.
But I mean, that's a big problem in general, Oki, with like legacy characters, is very, very, very not often. Very rarely do they have anything to actually do with them outside of like, hey, look, new one. Oh shit, what do we do? We're just gonna retread everything we, the original character did. It's very rare you get that. A lot of those characters admittedly take, 2 or 3 runs for somebody to finally decide, like, what it really takes for those characters, and I just realized this as I was babbling.
I break pots.
So a lot of these legacy characters will be introduced as like, you like, Spider-Man or Flash or Batman, now here's a new one fighting those same villains in those same scenarios, but it's a new one. And, oh crap, did I just lose it? I had, oh, no, so that's how they're often introduced.
You made a mockery of
it takes that not working for a character to really start to come into his own. And what I mean by that is, look at like Miles, right? All the pushes around Miles, even if we don't like them or whatever, they've been successful. He's now a popular character. And because of that, they can just, they don't want to take wild swings like I was talking about. They want to play it safe. They want to do the really easy routes because he is popular and he's marketable. When, if in most cases, like, that doesn't work out for a character, right? So they can go, the publisher can go, okay, that didn't work. Nobody really liked this character. Do whatever the hell you really want with him. I don't care anymore at this point. Like, nobody cares. We don't have anything to do with it. Once that happens and a creator can, whether it's a good creator or a bad creator having his like, broken clock moment, that is usually a good, the best chance you have for a character to come into their own and develop and all of that stuff, right? Let's see. Sakura Mita. Stupid mice. Sakura asks Mav, which Marvel character can make a good Doom-style game? For me, it's Elsa Bloodstone. She could be cool. I would see Elsa more in a Resident Evil, like a slower paced supernatural shooter. Maybe if they decided they were finally going to play up the fantasticness, maybe a Devil May Cry sort of game where she, really pops off. But I don't see her as like the big, rip and tear. She's more finesse, even though she is a little brash as a Brit. If you're gonna do a Doom game, the obvious answer is Punisher, right? You either do, and if you wanted to avoid him just laying mass slaughter to human beings, there have been arcs where, there was Frankencastle, where Frank became Frankenstein and was fighting monsters. In the 90s, they did a whole Frank is an angel of God and fighting demons. So you can do something like that. I think you could also have a lot of interesting things with a War Machine. A War Machine type game would be really cool like that. Just having a big old arsenal where you rip and tear through things. Yeah, those would be... because that's what Doom Guy is about. It's just about like wholesale annihilating, slaughtering, cutting through, and not a lot of superheroes on either side really play into that. You have like Peacemaker, Punisher, maybe a Hulk if you wanted to go no guns and just do like character action. Oh hey, that worked. All right, let's see. Where's more people to fight? I hear you. Oh, am I supposed to like knock that in or something? What is this? Break it down? Again, you should check out Sakura because I know you like Bloodstone. Check out Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. She's in that game and she's like with all the characters, they do her pretty dang right. I knew there was going to be a one I didn't hit because I was just babbling and fighting.
I'm Spider-Man. That's what I do. Break odds.
Hey! Don't kick me, little jerks. You little jerks.
Well, you're a tall drink of water. I'll keep dishing it out if you keep taking it.
You little jerks. Oh, man.
Let me at him.
Fucking General butt fucking naked over here. Screwing me over.
Oh, I am good.
Die! He's staggered! Like, end him! Oh. There we go.
Here's some for you.
Here's some for you. Oh, did I not get that one down there either? Man, I did not do this level how you're supposed to do this level, clearly. Alright, jump down. Wow, 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 wow. Piss off, everybody.
Is this a private fight, or can I join in?
Oh, I should just do that.
I win again.
Good old video game cheese. Just knock your enemies over the edge. Got that one. I really just like went straight up and did not care about actually hitting any of the platforms up to chase Kraven. Whoopsies. But we are the chase is on. We are on the right level, I believe. I think I just saw Kraven running around a second ago, so that means we gotta be on the right track. Oh no, it's just another dude. I don't know, is it racist? I keep wanting to call that enemy Mungo Jerry, and I don't know why. Because Mungo Jerry, that's a white guy. Oh, I have to fight him? Whatever. Off the edge with you. Off the edge
hey, what's
with
up?
you. Oh, wait, I gotta get in the right position. Off with ye! Off with ye!
Who's having a good time? Raise your hand.
Off
Why don't you
with
pick on
ye!
someone your own size?
I mean, gameplay-wise, yeah, Sakura Amida. I mean, you can make a first-person shooter out of anything. But if you're talking like true Doom, it's more than just. Doom is more than just you shoot gun at bad guy, right? Like there's a whole theme and a whole like play sense. That gets into the whole topic of like actual game design and that complicated thing. But that's why like I just don't see Elsa as the right fit for that really fast-paced, really cut through. Like for a Doom, like you need to make your enemies like. Not just like little ghosts and ghouls or like the occasional big monster, but you need like hordes of things. And Elsa doesn't really fight hordes. You know, maybe a Ghost Rider can do it. I mean, you could also set it up, and I'd be open to seeing somebody, you know, give me a treatment that made that all work. But I just, if you're asking me, I say she's not the right fit for Doom. She would be, yeah, more of a. God damn it, Like, you could even do like an Oblivion type game with her.
Some for you.
Yeah, I like a Devil May Cry. I like a third-person Resident Evil type thing for her. Let's see. Well, that's just it. But they don't do anything with it. They say, oh, we're going. They don't do anything with Miles' identity anymore because that would require them to touch on the. They've already done all the easy, like flashy, fun, Black Latino representation. To do anything more now would require them to start digging into real serious topics that they would rather plug their ears and say, la 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 la, it's not happening. Things like racism, things like, just all of that crap. Why?
Now you know the power of Kraven. This is an attack.
Oh my god. Alright, I need to pee again, so we'll pee, then we'll kill Kraven, and I'll be right back.
He's too fast. Wait for him to prepare his attack.
How can you hope to win now? Your body language. Dust.
Bitten.
Spider-Man! Come, have at me! There was a blow, eh? I'll mount you. Embrace the pain. It means you are alive. No hitting! It is time to end. Your body language betrays your fear.
Hey, Kraven, remember that version of your vest that used to shoot fleas from the eyes?
I thought the death screen was leaving there. That's why I didn't pause it. I thought the death screen would have asked me if I wanted to continue, but it clearly didn't. Let's see. Oki says, I lean toward tradition myself. I don't see superhero identities as mantles, but part of the character's very essences. Miles may be popular right now, but he simply wouldn't exist without Peter. I mean, I don't disagree with that second part. I really don't have anything to add to that. I'm not saying that like Miles doesn't benefit from Peter. What I'm saying is, so where I differ here is that I'm not against the legacy characters, but you have to do them, right. If you're going to have somebody, for example, you always have people, there's a new president of the company, there's a new pitcher on the mound for the team. This sort of stuff always happens, and so I'm cool with it if it is a, how do I put this? It always comes down to the writing. Is there a genuine reason for, or not like a genuine reason, because it's fiction, so we would have to make it up, but does it make sense for this character, even if they are just somebody who's like, I'm inspired by, for example, Wildcat, when they introduced Yolanda. She has no connection to him. Well, she was supposed to, but they backed out of it. She has no connection to him. She was just inspired and said, I want to be a crime fighter like him. And she took on the mantle and he disappeared. Like, that sort of story does too. I just really, for me, how do I put this? For me, what really bugs me is having two people with the same name at the same time and everybody acting like this is weird. And then it also bugs me when it's very, very clear that the legacy character in question wasn't specifically made, or kind of like there was clearly a non-creative reason for making that character the legacy character, right? Like, oh, we wanted to send this message or do this, like, oh, all right, fine, but if that's all you got, then that's not a good character, and I can tell. But if you said, hey, I'm gonna write a good character and then they're gonna be black and whatever, like, that works for me.
Spider-Man.
Let us not delay. Look now.
I mean, mods are a different story. With mods, when we're talking mods, do whatever the hell you want. I have lots of games with weird mods on them. But if I'm talking just pure, we're making a Doom game, it's got to go to like War Machine. 10 pillars destroyed. Oh, I'm not in the right window. Wow, Kraven, you're bad at this.
Be honest. Do you think I'd look good with a mustache?
I will strike you down by... You must
I don't want to be smart about this fight, guys. I just want to hit him.
Doesn't that outfit chafe?
Slow, too slow.
What the?
How can you hope to win now?
Hey, Craven.
All right,
why don't
just
you make
kill
like
me.
one
We're
of your trophies
restarting.
and get stuffed?
Hit me. Watch this be the one run where I actually like pull it off. Nope, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Spidey. Look, at least I gave you something to watch this time instead of just an extra. I'm better than an XQC.
Too easy to dodge.
Yeah, the Spider-Verse films with Miles as the protagonist, they did really well, like financially, box office, culturally, in the sense that like, I mean culturally in the sense that like people still like those movies and remember them and talk about them, and it wasn't just like a summer wonder or whatever have you. I really like those movies. Well, I really like the first one. That's probably like might be one of, if not my favorite, like Spider-Man medias. It's definitely like one of my top 5 movies of all time. But again, that was based not on the idea of like, that was all about Miles coming into his own and being that Spider-Man for his universe, right? Like they didn't. That movie doesn't end with him living with another Spider-Man, dude. I'm just gonna go to the last checkpoint. This is fucking frustrating.
Wait for him to prepare his attack. He's too fast. Wait for him to prepare his attack.
Please, you're embarrassing yourself. Too easy to dodge. We have scored. The glint of smoke.
I think you'd be more relaxed if you took up other hobbies. Just think about it. Craven the golfer.
Craven golfer.
Doesn't that outfit chafe?
Get him!
This is an attack. Feel free.
Oh, why did I stand there and take it? I was supposed to hit him. Like, I've learned the pattern, but for some reason I just sort of, like, tossed it.
I knew I should have stayed in today.
Slow, too slow.
Coming at ya.
What?
Farewell, little spider.
What
Hey,
the?
Craven, remember that version of your vest that used to shoot rays from the eyes? that was rich.
Oh, this fucking game, guys.
Failed me, Spider-Man.
Come, have at me.
Also, I love that little reference to the Craven vest with the lasers. I miss like 60s, 70s goofiness, you know what I mean?
Slow, too slow. To victory. You must try harder than that. Hold still. Now you look.
Okay.
Please.
That was pretty cinematic, like me and Craven dodging and dancing there for a second, but I'm mad that it ended with me dodging.
My steel. Now you will feel Craven's wrath.
Ha! Ah, go juggle beehives.
You are
I don't even know what I was supposed to be doing right now.
Yeah. Hunt this.
Hunt this.
This is an attack.
Yeah. Hunt this.
Try throwing his weapon back at him.
It is time to end this. Too easy to dodge.
Was he healing? I hate this game. Craven. Oh yeah, did anybody, I think I meant to ask this earlier, but I got distracted by a fight. Did anybody ever actually end up seeing Craven? I did not. Because Good lord, why would I? Why would anyone? I would just be surprised. Normally, I know I would be the one to watch it because I would have to like watch it for bounding, but there was just nobody. There was nothing interesting to write about that movie, my friends. I have to play it cool. If I play it cool, we can do this. Where the hell is Kraven? There he is. Oh my god! Alright, let's see. Oki says, I'd say it takes a combination of writing, context, oh yes, and this one especially, and even luck for a new character to replace the original in the zeitgeist. What worked in the Silver Age won't necessarily work today. Oh yeah. I actually agree with this 100%. There is no like formula anymore. It is a different era, right? Like we are in the platinum era. The golden era was like the 90s. Yeah, that's sort of like where I've been a lot lately. In terms of everything, like when people ask, you know, what makes a good movie? What would make a good game? And I'm like, there's so many things I could say, but there's so many other X factors that there's never necessarily one formula to finding, you know, this makes a good game, this makes a good movie. We could all, I think I don't remember why. I think I said it to Sakura last week when we were talking about something, but like you could even get, for example, you could get the best like production team in the world, the best studio, best equipment, best writers, best actors, and it could still, like whatever you're working on could still turn out to be the biggest piece of like garbage. Just whether, you know, maybe it was the director wasn't suited for it, maybe things just didn't line. There's so many X factors in life. I mean, obviously there's things you can see that give you a decent hint of what to expect, but there's always surprises out there, which is why I've become such an advocate in recent years for, you know, keeping my expectations, or how do I put this? You know, I'll have my opinion and I'll say, oh, this doesn't look good or whatever, but I always refrain from saying like this is what this thing is or I know what this is unless I genuinely engage with it, because there have been so many things that, you know, I thought were going to be great turned out to be awful. So many things I thought were going to be awful turned out to be amazing.
Even ones with stick-em powers.
Oh my god!
I knew I should have stayed in today.
I knew I should have stayed in today. Beat him up! God, so Sakura says, I wish we could have an open world Hulk game like Ultimate Destruction. I miss Ultimate Destruction. That was such a good game.
It's time to end this.
It was such a good game.
Your will is strong.
Spider-Man. He's too fast. Wait
but no, if it's not a $7 billion AAA, you know, big ass side quest applied, I don't know, man. Modern games are modern AAA games, especially from the West, in particular from the West, almost exclusively from the West, are kind of just cooked. I mean, we talk about this a lot, as everybody, you know, Sakura and Zero can attest. I talk about this a lot on my show on Fridays because we are just in a bad. Something is going to have to give in the video game industry eventually, and it's not going to be. All right, we're restarting. I just don't have the health for this. Oh look, I've got some upgrade points. Maybe that'll help. Spider Rush. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's get the. Oh, I don't have enough for it. Well. No, I want that. Shit. No! Character upgrades. Web strike bounce. Buy that. Move. Move, mouse. I don't need you.
Blood bounce it.
Alright. I'm not starting that off with.
He's too fast.
It does look like the Oki says, is it just me or does Kraven's arena look like the artifact temple from Metroid Prime? It does. It also reminds me of, in the exact same, well not the exact same, but a very, very close vein, it reminds me of where you, in Star Fox Adventures, where you have the, that really stupid, like, test of strength contest where you've got to, like, push the pillar against the general. You guys remember what I'm talking about? It's just like the, like, Wolf has to, or Fox has to push it one way while the other guy is, and you have to win out. It's really, really frustrating because it is like Nintendo just decided this was going to be the hardest thing we ever make for no apparent reason. Like, when I was a kid, I couldn't beat it without doing the spoon trick, where you have to, like, rub a spoon over it really fast because the non-stick surface, or, like, the smooth surface let it, like, glide more, you know what I mean? That's what it reminds me of, too. So, definite Nintendo influence somewhere in here.
Looks like the hunter has become the... well, you get it.
Embrace the pain. It makes you
Oh, we got a little laggy bug there. That was weird.
Farewell, little spider. You must try harder than that.
Try throwing his weapon back at him.
Flesh.
Stop healing. I did not consent to healing, Craven. I did not consent to healing.
You must try harder than that.
I'm getting caught. I can feel my fucking brain doing the thing where I'm like getting complacent. That's the word I was looking for. What did he even hit me with? What the? I remember I beat Star Fox Adventure more than once. Dude, I didn't know if anybody remembered because it's been so long since that game like came out, right? Yeah, I agree with you, Oki. It was not the Star Fox game we asked for, but it was still a decent game in its own right. I was also lucky enough, you know, as I'm sure most of us are, considering I think we're all pretty much in the same like range. I was lucky enough to be sort of too young to really understand, like, you know, video game discourse and industry and fan demand and all that stuff. So I got a new game with Fox, and I was like, hell yeah, I get to play as Fox. I didn't even really care that I wasn't in the R-Wing or anything. I was just like, yeah, Fox. And then, of course, you put it with dinosaurs. What 12-year-old brain isn't going to just immediately lock in, you know what I mean? Piss off, Craven!
Looks like the hunter has become the... well, you get it.
Well, you get it. If it's blocked, don't attack or he hits you. I know that. You're right, Sakura. It's just like, sometimes I'm either like, my brain is going on autopilot, so I'm just like, I'm not thinking,
remember that
or
that used to shoot rays
I play these chess games here wrong. Like there are these moments when I jump, I'm supposed to dodge, he'll dodge. Sometimes that opens up a window where I can hit him, and sometimes it doesn't. And then it gives him an. It's hard. Like I said, I'm being a little dumb right now because I'm talking to you guys. But yes, you are right, Sakura. I do need to be more attentive to his pattern, right? Like what he's doing. You little bastard! Ooh, that was close. Oh, hey, that actually did pop him up. That was surprising. Sakura asks, and again, I wish I could pull it up, but I am in the middle of this fight. Sakura asks, speaking of Star Fox, have you heard of Dinosaur Planet for the N64? Yes, the original game that Star Fox was supposed to be. Not really a lot to say about it. We essentially did get that exact same game, just with Fox in the driver's seat. I think it benefited from being on the GameCube. I think, like, that game is one of the, like, it's really pretty. Like, Fox's, like, fur, Crystal's fur, Tricky's, like, facial expressions and stuff. Where the fuck did the C4 come from? Oh, is that a tap in his... That's why Madam Web keeps telling me to throw it back at him. Because it has C4 on it.
Slumbering beast.
I think you'd be more relaxed if you took up other hobbies. Just think about it. Craven the golfer.
That is how it is done.
Looks like the hunter has become the... You get the...
Mother truck.
Looks like the hunter has become the... Well, you get the...
Oh, that's bullshit! You should not have been in a reactive state.
Craven, why don't you make him...
2009 game design. I swear to goodness.
He's too fast. Wait for him to prepare his attack.
And again, I am playing on hard. We're real games here, alright?
I strike from the air. Please.
This isn't working. This isn't working!
He's too fast. Wait for him to prepare his attack.
Too easy to dodge. Slow. Too slow.
I was holding the dodge button. You can fuck off, game. Oh, the pillars are like shooting arrows from time to time. That's why I keep getting thrown off. This game sucks. I hate this game. Why did you play this game? Who said you should play this game? Everybody yell at Andrew when he comes back because his absence made him so he played this game. See? I'm holding the...
You must be faster, my friend.
I hate Craven. I hate Craven.
You must be faster, my friend.
Spidey always makes it look so easy. What the?
There was a...
What are we supposed to do?
Destroy you, Spider-Man. This is an attack.
I know that the answer is I have to start playing this like a fucking monk playing chess, so to be smart about it. But I don't want to be a monk. I want to be Spider-Man, and I just want to beat the hell out of Craven in his face.
This is an attack.
Go juggle beehives.
You must try harder than that. You must try
Hell yeah!
harder than
Old
that.
school game technique. Get him in the corner.
You must be faster, my friend.
Shit. What you got, nerd?
Now, I will suffer your existence no more. Please, you're embarrassing yourself.
Please, you're embarrassing yourself. Down.
Hey, Craven, remember that version of your vest that used to shoot rays from the eyes?
Slow, too slow.
Since we're talking about legacy characters, past Toki, what do you think of the daughter of Spider-Man, Mayday? I love Mayday. I actually, like, that's one of those situations where the legacy was sort of built in, and it really worked, and they did a lot with her character, and it makes me sad every day that they decided to throw her away in favor of Miles. It's so stupid. Like, this game is cheating me. All right, we're gonna do it.
He's too fast. Wait.
Yeah, I've always liked Mayday. They've really assassinated her character in recent years with all the Spider-Verse stuff, because, like, they've admitted all of the stuff they're doing, from Ben turning into Chasm, from ignoring Kane altogether, to like Mayday becoming the new Suffering Man. She it's all to promote Gwen and Peter and Gwen, Miles, and if they ever need another adult Spider-Person, Miguel, because synergy, right? It's super annoying. Like I'm sure Zero can attest. I complain about corporate media synergy a lot because it is more than anything one of the most creatively destructive concepts that humans have ever stumbled upon, and it rarely, if ever, yields any benefit.
Embrace the pain. It makes you
Like, see, if I web him and he's about to do the twirly thing, but I'm zipping at him, that normally should be the end of his, like, he doesn't have an invincible state after that. He should just get his ass kicked.
You must be faster, my friend. Slow, too slow. We have scores to settle, you and I. Please, you are embarrassing yourself.
I really like the MC2 in general. It's a fun read. I went back and I read a lot of it like a year or two ago. Very 90s and early 2000s, of course, but I had, you know, there's some fun stuff in it. Like Dark Devil's kind of cool. I like King Juggernaut a lot. All right, guys. Here's the deal.
With your move.
I want to beat this boss. So we have already gone like 40 minutes over the normal foil variant time. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. We're gonna keep trying for another 20 minutes. At 20 minutes, at what is it? Yeah, at the 4-hour mark for the stream, I do have to cut it because I do still have to do some Downing into Comics work. But hopefully 20 minutes is enough for us to eke out a victory over this jackass. And by eking a victory out over this jackass, I mean beat myself, beat my own brain, not helping, right? Be very smart about this one, right? Be very smart. Whoosh.
Too easy to dodge. Your will is strong.
We're gonna lock in. Oh, I'm not done yet, Zero. I was just saying. I was just letting you guys know what the game plan is here.
How can you hope to win? Please, you are embarrassing yourself.
Fuck!
In case you haven't heard, there's a law against hunting men, even ones with stick-em powers.
Slow, too slow. This is an attack.
I also, like, I'm a giant Ben Reilly fan, so I was really, I like that she wears Ben's costume, and that in that continuity, like, MJ and Peter, they're like, you know, Ben was your uncle, he was my brother. Like, there's none of this stupid Jackal or Chasm bullshit. Ben died the hero he actually
Looks like the hunter has become the, well, you get it.
Ah! Ah! Shit!
Looks like the hunter has become the, well, you get it.
Oh, 2009 game design. That you just make things so unnecessarily hard sometimes.
Slow, too slow.
With your hit collision detection being off and wait.
This is an attack. You must try harder than that.
No!
What?
Wow!
Well,
I never see the C4 Sakura. Like, he always gets it off, and I just never. I know it's when he throws his boomerangs, or his knives rather. I just never. I'm not seeing the animation. It blends in too much to his regular attack animation.
Slow, too slow. To victory.
Punch, punch.
Please, you're embarrassing
Kick, punch,
yourself.
block. He goes down. Kick, punch, block. Get a little Pa-Rappa in our repertoire for some good luck.
I knew I should have stayed in today.
This is an attack.
This is an attack?
Please, you're embarrassing yourself.
Stop going Super Saiyan. Is your AI broken?
Too easy to dodge.
easy to dodge.
Craven. Embrace the pain. It means you are alive. My steel.
Flint and steel.
I got tired of this.
What the f? He just got like 9 hits on me. Fuck you. Like legitimately, go home.
Too easy to dodge. I am rage and power.
Shut up.
This is an attack. To victory.
Hey, Craven, remember that version of your vest that used to shoot rays from the eyes? that was rich.
Can we do it?
Too easy to dodge.
Too easy to dodge. See, I dodged all of that, and yet all of the fucking knife damage, like, still got hit on Spidey. What the frick?
Farewell, little spider. Come, you must try harder than that. Awoken a slumbering beast. I will survive this.
Lock in! What even? Oh god, yeah. So I see a lot of you guys saying bye. Okie. If you are leaving, again, I'm still gonna hang out for about 20 more minutes. We're gonna try and get Craven down. But if you are leaving, it was a pleasure hanging out with you. It was a genuine pleasure talking to you. Loved your insights, loved your takes and everything. And hey, hope to see you again. Oh my god,
He's too fast.
We just want to win, right? Don't we just want to win, guys? Isn't that what we're all here for?
You must try harder than that. You must try harder than that. Please, you're embarrassing yourself.
In case you haven't heard, there's a law against hunting men, even ones with sticking powers.
Please, you're embarrassing yourself. Slow, too slow.
We can do this. We can do this. I'm locking in.
This is an attack. Release me.
Looks like the hunter has become the, well, bigot.
Bam.
Too slow. Farewell.
Oh. What the?
Too easy to dodge.
Use his own weapon against him.
I couldn't even web the damn C4 there.
You will power to me.
This fight would be a lot more tolerable if I was able to use the alternate skin that lets me play as Ben. All I'm saying. And the reason I keep restarting is because, like, if we start off with any amount of damage, we're not winning the fight. Like, it's just I think we've seen that, right? I need that, like, cushion barrier for moments like that, where I get, like, trapped on the fucking wall because this is a game from 2009.
Harder than that. Your body language betrays your fear.
Hey, Craven, why don't you make like one of your trophies and get stuffed?
Although I have noticed the AI is really leaning into that Super Saiyan move a lot more, and like I'm not complaining because it gives me an opening, but very strange strategy. Either the game, like I played so badly, the game decided to mimic me and got as stupid, or it's a legitimate strategy. Oh, I shouldn't be attacking him right now. What am I doing?
I knew I should have stayed in today.
There's no reason I should have gotten out of that without taking it, like, legitimately.
This is an attack. Time to finish it, once and for all.
Punch! Spider punch!
You must try harder than that.
Lame. Like, see that? He, like, zooms in, and then he starts doing Super Saiyan.
You are in trouble, my friend.
Come on, come on.
This is an attack. You do not stand a chance. Not anymore.
Come on. We can do it.
That's so Craven.
What the f... Did you guys see that? Like, half of my health gone. Off of, like, a wall block. Or, like, a wall lock. Or wall stun, whatever you want to call it. Bull crap.
Easy to dodge.
He's getting more frantic, that's good.
Slow, too slow. It took enough ISD.
Doesn't that outfit chafe?
There is no one else to turn to. He's too fast. Wait for
I'm
him
not
to
gonna
prepare
say-
his attack.
Don't anybody ever say anything about that ever again. That didn't happen.
First served.
You must try harder than that. The glint of steel.
In case you haven't heard, there's a law against hunting men, even ones with stick-em
Come
powers.
on. Dude, that's what I'm saying, Zero. Like, I am fighting Scorpion at this point. Jesus. Especially with, like, the knives, right? Like, Russian Scorpion.
You must be faster, my friend.
That sounds like an old, like, 60s era spy name. The Russian Scorpion.
Too easy to
The
dodge.
#1 asset.
We have scored. Now you know the power of Raven. Please, you're embarrassing yourself.
Please, you're
In case you
embarrassing.
haven't heard, there's a law against hunting men, even ones with stick-em powers.
Oh, I think I've locked in. I think I've discovered
Yeah.
what I need.
Hunt this.
Wow, I'm surprised the game didn't cheese and give Craven that hit. Holy crap.
Quickly. Slow. Too slow.
Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't touch him when he's on the pillar, so...
Please, you're embarrassing yourself. I strike from the air. Please, you're embarrassing yourself. Good as dead. You must try harder than that. Die. I hope you like explosive, Spider. Slow, too slow.
What the... He gets like an auto-damaging aura off of that. Oh my fucking god. Like... What am I supposed to do here? I'm not lowering the difficulty, by the way. We don't play like that here.
Your will is strong, but this is an attack. Time to finish it. Once.
Smack.
I am rage and
I am flint and steel.
Easy to dodge.
See, did you see that? I got hit there. Like, there's a weird aura when he does his stupid C4 knife attack that, like, the animation doesn't go off, still gets damage, and it's really
Please, you're embarrassing yourself. Do you think you can defeat me? This is an attack. Damn, what a blow, man. Too easy to dodge.
Your body language.
Please, you're embarrassing yourself. Slow, too slow.
Ow! Alright. This will probably be like our last one or two because the time is running and I'm clearly not winning here. So we shall see how well I can do here. One or two more tries. Depends on. We got about 4 minutes left on the timer before I want to sign off after 4 hours. So let's see if we can do this proper.
It is time to end. Too easy to dodge.
Too easy to dodge. Yeah, right, Zero? If he's got Scorpion powers, I should have Sub-Zero powers to, like, freeze him in place. Lin Kuei his ass.
You must try harder than that. You must be faster, my friend.
Screw up! Come on!
This is an attack. Try to dodge this.
Like, I have the pattern, but then he gets me in a wall, and he does his stupid, like, spin attack, and all bets are off at that point. And, like, I want to web him, because I'm pretty sure, like, kicking him into a pillar gives me extra damage if it goes off right, but I also know the dodge function for when it goes wrong, if he starts like charging up, it's not reading right because the game's old and admittedly, you know, double A if you will, but
existence no more. Can you catch this? This is an attack.
Yeah. Hunt this.
Oh my god, it worked that time. What the f—
Too easy to dodge.
Use his own weapon against
You must try harder than that. This is an attack. Now die. I hope you like explosive, Spider.
Oh my god!
That's so crazy dust.
You're doing well, Spider. Most impressed.
Holy shit, I won! I fucking won! And I don't even know what happened at the end there. Wow!
Who's having a good time? Raise your hand.
Just absolute donkey dick horse shit. God.
Slow, too slow.
Beat down.
Please, you're embarrassing yourself. You must try harder than that.
Come on. Come on, we can do this.
Faster, my friend.
Looks like the hunter has become the...
Fuck.
Well, you get the...
Get down from there. I wish I had like impact webbing so I could have like a projectile attack, but sadly, that is not the world we live in. No impact webbing for Mav.
This is an attack? Too easy to dodge. Slow, too slow.
Okay, keep going, Super Saiyan. I'm not gonna complain. Now he does his stupid, I've named this the Sakura Amida, because it's the C4 attack.
Hey, Craig, why don't you make like one of your trophies and get stuffed?
Oh, God.
This is an attack? You must be faster, my friend.
Oh, I'm getting sloppy now that we're getting at the end. Don't be dumb, Mav. Come on, Mav. Oh, Mav is getting sloppy. Mav is getting stupid.
Too slow.
Fuck!
Use his own weapon against you. Spider-Man.
That's 2 in a row where that happened. Okay, this has to be the last one. We've been going for 4 hours, but I'm like, I can't believe I got that close
I
twice.
should have stayed in today.
Time to finish it, once and for all.
What the fuck was even happening?
You must be faster, my friend. Too easy to dodge.
Too easy to dodge.
Your body language betrays your feelings.
Piss up!
You must be faster, my friend.
In case you haven't heard, there's a law against touching men, even ones with stick-em powers.
Please, you're embarrassing yourself. Too easy to dodge. Now you will... Slow, too slow. Embrace the pain. It makes you alive.
I have no enthusiasm anymore. I just want him dead.
Please, you're embarrassing yourself.
I want him dead.
Looks like the hunter has become the... Well, you get
I want pictures of Craven dead.
Now, I will suffer your existence no more.
Whee!
Own weapon against
Whee! What is this? What is this? Oh, that's cool. We got some extra damage on it. That's cool.
Please, you're embarrassing yourself. Felt that.
No healing.
It took enough fire steam. Too easy to dodge. Hold stick.
Yeah. Hunt this.
Now die. Please, you're embarrassing yourself.
Come on.
Be honest, do you think I'd look good with a mustache?
I've had my fill of you.
Yeah. Hunt this.
Now you will...
Looks like the hunter has become the... Well, you get it.
Move! Fuck!
You cannot escape.
I hate the C4 knives more than, like, Nick Lowe or Zeb Wells.
I don't want to go.
Motherfucker!
Your fate will soon be ours.
Okay, one more. Legitimately, this
Wait
is the
for
last.
him to prepare his attack.
Too easy to dodge.
Hey, Craven, why don't you make like one of your trophies and get stuffed?
You must be faster, my friend.
Looks like the hunter has become the... Well, you get the idea.
Hold still. Slow, too slow.
Too slow, too slow.
You must be faster, my friend. You must try harder than that. You must be faster, my friend. Get off of me.
Doesn't that outfit chafe?
Oh my god, stupid thing. Whoa, 7 hits. That's a new record for getting it off on like combos on Craven. Normally he can only take up to 5 before the AI realizes what he's doing and gets him out of it.
That's so Craven.
Oh, now I hit him. That's right. Point.
Hey, Craven, why don't you make like one of your trophies and get stuffed?
Boink. 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 Boink.
Too slow.
Boink.
You must try harder than that.
Be annoying. I don't give a shit. Weird. He didn't go into the attack animation or anything. He just stood there. Whatever. I'll take it.
You must be faster, my friend. Slow. Too slow.
Too slow. Too slow.
Now you're Craven.
Looks like the hunter has become the... Well, you get the idea.
Come on, lads and lasses.
Faster, my friend. Now die.
Come on, lads and lasses.
I grew tired of this.
Oh, bitch. No healing for you.
Too easy to dodge. I strike from the air.
Try throwing his weapon back at him.
You must be faster, my friend.
I'm getting cocky. I'm losing the plot. I can feel it.
Quickly.
Go juggle beehives.
Too easy to dodge. I am fire and glory. Something for you.
Yes, I knew that. I knew he was gonna roll into his own damn C4.
Dodge this, spider. Something for you.
That's right. You blow your own damn self up. What?
That's so Craven.
Oh, I was so afraid there.
Spider-Man, you've done it.
And just in time. If I never hear the word hunt again, it'll be too soon.
I don't know why I'm like victory posing. It's not like I did that very well. I just did it. Ooh, this has to be bad, huh? Bronzes up and down the board. That's right. Oh yeah. Right, 0, like I'm about to go have like an anger pee after this. That's where I am at right now. But with that, finally, we are done. We or rather, hold on, let me go back to that. I was not done with that screen. So yes, we are done with Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions for the night. We finished off the first real level. I know it took a little while, but I think now that we've got our bearings back, future streams will not be as painful as that. But yes, guys, with that, as I've been saying, it's time for me to get out of here. We've been here for 4 hours. I hope you enjoyed the comic book talk. I hope you enjoyed the video gaming, the Shattered Dimensions. I hope you loved watching me get my butt kicked by Craven. Next week, we'll have Andrew back. We'll be right back to your regularly scheduled foil variant, talking all the ins and outs of comic book releases and giving you intellectually honest reads on everything that comes out next week. With that, guys, as always, check out boundingintocomics.com every day for new news. Check out my own channel, Kabuto Studios, where you can catch me tomorrow on Good, the Mad, the Ugly. With that, oh, hey, look it, you guys actually stuck around. Sakura, Oki, yeah, everybody's doing the Evangelion clap for me. We finally did it, guys. We got that silver rank. But yes, everybody who hung out tonight, from Oki to Sakura to Zero to Timon to, gosh, I know there was so many more of you at the beginning, but it's been a while. I need to go eat. I need to go work. So with that, guys, thanks for hanging out tonight. We'll see you next week. Me and Andrew back in the saddle. If you want more of me, we can hang out tomorrow night over on my channel. But until then, everybody, take it easy, and I'll see you soon.
Never before have we had greater face a complex, rapidly changing world. Think of it a moment.
It is a world in which supersonic speeds are commonplace. It is a world that has seen the coming of the atomic bomb. It has seen the rise of the total state, the dictator, and the mass man. It is a world of new sensations, new excitements, new distractions.
So much to be learned by so many in so little time.
And I suppose you're here with no agenda, as per usual?
On the contrary, I'm here for comics.
How's your comic book collection, Brody?
Oh, it's going good, but